Bfdir 3 is out. It's been out for an hour now. And yeah, it's out. But yeah, that pen vote, I also can't count the pen vote. Like, how are they able to update their votes? It's match. Dude, it's match. Updating the vote. What the fuck? I have to delete the vote entirely. Because I cannot count the vote. I can't count the vote. And how are they able to update their votes? But guys, I'm sorry I'm talking about this, but I'm just updating this poll. Because somehow they're allowed... Somehow they're allowed to update their votes. I had the vote in for match. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, they may have actually voted fiery. Wait, no, but I had the vote in for match. I had the vote by that guy for match. And I thought he updated his vote. I thought he somehow updated his vote. So I just deleted the vote entirely because that cannot happen. He can't update his vote. He can't vote unless he votes on both. And now I feel like I gotta send an email to this guy, even though I don't have his email, being like, your vote was removed. Your vote was removed because your vote was removed due to not... Your vote was removed due to not being able to be counted. No, I like to receive the emails when I know somebody votes. So DJ Epic, turn it up. DJ Epic, pump the bass. I wanna hear it from space. So DJ Epic, turn it up. DJ Epic, pump the bass. I wanna hear it from space. So get on out of that seat, make your body move. Go up into that studio and create me some cool tunes. I sold too many. I want you to. I've sold too many. I want you to agree. Shoo up, up. We did the clowns through the sticker. It's my job. Knock, knock. Who's there? Just someone at my door. Open my door now. Get on out, let's see. Make your body move. Hop up in, let's. Why is it taking so long for a freaking profile to load, bro? Make your body move. Hop up in that studio and create musical tunes. Oh yeah, oh. I remember the wait. This ain't the one I was looking for. So, yeah. I already have the stream lineup ready. Now I just have to add. Wait, no, it's not even ready yet. I just have to add the episode. I just have to add the next episode to it. I've sold too many, I want you to agree. Me. Shoo up, pop. Alright, and it's in. Get on out, lassie. Make a body move.
Let's do cake at steak.
Da-da-da-da-da, cake! Ow!
Yeah, no. You don't need any of that.
Let's do cake at steak.
Let's shut you up. Alright, no, I shut up the announcer. So now we don't have to deal with this shit. Like, why isn't it connecting? It's not even fully sized. Like, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna leave it as that. So far, tennis ball has been in the most Bfdir. Tennis ball has been in the most thumbnails so far. At least I know you will actually vote on both. I know you will actually vote on both. Because I know I can trust you to actually, like, do the correct thing on one of these. So I've got the lineup for the first 2 hours. Which I'm probably going to have to take them all and just put it all in, like, one singular video. Alright, let me check. Let me check it out. Oh. So, we got an eraser vote. And let's see, do we get an eraser vote here too? You shouldn't take too long to do that. He started it at record speed. What did the cloud say to the jester? Quit clowning around. That's my job. I specifically said do both for the vote to count. I even made a community post about that. And yet, people aren't voting on both. I only got one person who voted on both. So, right now, I've gotten 2 votes that count. Both by the same person. Alright. Both are counted. Alright, let me see. Both votes will be counted. A and C Why are there 2 votes? Why did you put in 2 letters in square brackets? There was only supposed to be 1. And you voted for Blocky and Eraser? Why did you vote for both? I'll count it. I need to explain something. So okay, so the most I can do right now is get rid of your vote. The most I can do right now is get rid of your vote, and then you'll just have to vote again. No, I'm not trying to be rude, but it's just I can't count it if there's like 2 votes in one. You know what? Just in case, I need to show like response editing. So I've enabled response editing. If you don't understand what force says, and let me limit it to 1 response. Alright, I'll get that vote back in. So you can choose either A or C like you did, if you want. Or you can just vote somebody completely different. But you can't vote Penn, he's immune. Any votes for Penn will not count. I'm glad we're making revisions to our mistakes. Why 3? Big baby. Mom! If you're Big Brother Bam, I deleted your Google form vote and not your straw poll vote. Your straw poll vote is still there. So, if you're not, then I don't know who Big Brother Bam is. because this vote is not being, this Woody vote is not being counted. Okay. I'm gonna go see your... Alright, I got it. I don't see it. I don't see it. All I see is a Big Brother bam. Oh, there it is. I got it. Damn. 2 people voted for... I got the vote. I got the vote, though. Alright, so let me count these. So we got 6 votes, 2 per 1. That's 2 votes, Blocky. I got 2 for Blocky, 1 for Bubble, and Ella. I got 2 for Block. Let me count this just to be sure. Wait. Am I saying this correctly? Oh, no. Last time we got 11 votes. I just want to see if we can go above that. Some guy named Lucas. Oh. Alright, I got all the votes counted. Also, I just wanted to remind you on what we're watching for the first 2 hours for the OSC episode stuff. First, we're watching BFDI 8. Then we're watching the Anime Insanity Invitational 6, I think. Then we're gonna watch Object Invasion 3. Then I think it's Object Overload. No, this is an Object Overload. Oh yeah, that's Object Overload. Object Overload 3. Then we're watching BFB 8, BFDI E10, Object Lockdown. I don't know what episode it is. We'll find out. And then BFDI 7. Then we're getting to the My Episode lineup. Oh, now they know. It's catchy. The song is catchy, though. Get on now, let's eat. Think you out in who? I was in the studio and make some musical tunes. Hoy there! Oh yeah, T-Ball 8 isn't going to the Rich Mix Cinema. I was just interested in it, and then I lost my interest. But I am hoping that I can end up doing a theater screening someday. Guys, I don't know what I'm gonna do here.
This may be the
This may be the last
last ad you ever see.
No! Don't give a shit. Nobody gives a shit. We don't give a shit. Nobody gives a shit. No, it doesn't have to be exactly 2 hours, so I can probably pull it off. Like just the slides and stuff. You know what? I'm doing this. Ramendosito, meow, meow. Ramendosito, meow, meow. Who's still here? Guys, I'm gonna do this again. I'm starting another one. 5 little happy stars running around, running in circles all around. No. How good do you all know inanimate insanity? Who wants to play? Who wants to play? If we play, we're doing this. Doing battle royale. We're doing teams. We start with 10 energy. 5 little happy star running around, running in circles all around. Snorted it at record speed. He snorted it at record speed. Let's mute this shit. Oh yeah, that's right, I can't set full screen. Brim, brim. I have time to work on Bfdir Alt 1 and Cheap Alt 8. The main reason I'm starting this Blookit is because I need time to work on the episodes. So while you guys play Blookit, I can work on the episodes. Let me put in this. Let me type in this code for you guys, since you guys are blind and you can't see the code. Get on out of that seat. Make body move. Why are you guys? I guess you guys don't want to play Blookit. I have a whole battle royale set up for y'all, and you guys just don't want to play. It's either that or you're blind because you can't see the code on the screen. It's 447786. And we're talking about spring break stuff too, so that could be easily a distraction. What the? What the? Who's still here? Okay, nobody wants to play Blook It, I'll take it down. Let's take this down. Let me zoom this up since I'm not really like. Oh, what? Oh, I got a new subscriber. I'm one more to 250. Bro, what is this background? What do I have selected? What do I have selected? What is oh, this. Oh. Look at me and all you see is the debris of some defective outcast. Look at me and all I see is the debris of some defective outcast, a frenetic, authentic, athletic little iconoclast. But I won't live in the past. It's a rearranged to credit those who win the glory, so reality is changing the end when they spin the story, and we choose to feel this pain, and we lose more than we gain. But I'll break this cycle of mistakes more, unlike all of these snakes who I'm... Okay, forget it. Someone limit them, what I gotta do to get it through the What I gotta do to get it through the and if animator else or anything says ricocheting off me, I'm devastated, my devastating how I give myself kind of feeling like it's never fitting in, and I'll hit it for everyone for the tickets. For the legacy of this world, because another way to get a benefit. I make a living music. You make a living music. Oh, he's too mainstream, but that's just what they do with like if he's that's what they just. Okay, forget it. I can't do Rap God. What the? All right. So while we're still here, I'm gonna look over the votes once more because I feel like a new vote can be at. Somebody else can vote at any time. Let me go look at the votes. See if there's like a new. Oh yeah, there's not a new one. There's still 3, and I feel like. Oh, hold on. There's a vote that I can't count here. I can't. Okay, that's good for you. That one, Slowback. So somebody voted on the forum, but I can't count the vote. So let me just see if they're still here. So get on that, let's see. Make your body move. Hop up into that studio and create me some cool tunes. I sold too many. I want you to create me. Shoo up, up. Make your body move. I have specified this, and I'm gonna specify it once more. I will not specify it anymore after this. If you vote on one poll only, your vote or votes are not counted until the other poll has received a vote. So no votes for Blocky are gonna count. None. No vote by BFDI and Tupac Book are gonna count. And anybody who votes for Penn, their vote doesn't count either. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to address. For VIP access, any squad member does not need to do it because they already received the access automatically. Also, how many days until? So the first event is in 19 days. I have 18 days to finish BFDI Paul 8. And I have 32 days to finish. I have a month to finish BFDI Alt 1. I have a month for season 4. And 18 days and more than 2 weeks for freaking BFDI Alt. The reason I was trying to start the book anyways to keep you guys occupied while I'm busy doing something so nobody leaves. So I'm gonna try this again. And I hope this works. So get on out of that seat, make your body move, head on into that studio, and make me some cool tunes. I saw too many, I want you to create me. A shoo-wop, a bop. I just need to log in again. Alright, I'm in. So guys, I'm gonna do this to keep you guys occupied. If you guys haven't left already. So, inanimate insanity. Enjoy it. Because I'm only gonna do this once again. What? Wait. Oh my god, why are you saying... You said my... That's not my name. Ignore him, that's not my name. I'm not telling you guys my name. Because you guys have no reason to know my name. Alright, here I come. Now you guys may proceed. Isolation too many, I want you to create me. Shoo wop, and a bop. a shoe up, and a boppy bop. Na 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 na. Me and you, or all three of us? Because I feel like you're implying all three of us. I don't really know if he does collabs, but all we can do is ask. Also, guys, I'm sorry if I'm making like the Robot Squad feel like something pressuring for you guys, with like all this credit stuff and like credit points and like ranks and stuff, like required things to do and stuff that's important. And I really don't want it to feel like a pressuring thing for you. I just want all my friends to be in a squad where we can all to be in a thing where we can all just work together. We can all just help each other. That is the true goal of me here. Of me here at headquarters or my home, whatever it is. I like to call it my home, but I'm probably gonna start calling it headquarters. Cause at one point I am gonna be like having a headquarters where I'm probably gonna move to a new Hope she's up by dinner time. Hope she's up by dinner time so I can food this. Or just let the game go off. That works too. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna shut this down. Now at least. We were 17. Mic is going off for a second, guys. So we can continue talking, but we're watching life. Oh, no. We're watching 100 tips from 100 OSC creators. So we can continue chatting, but let's just listen to this as well.
Be respectful and professional with people you want to work with. I wouldn't have everyone in this video if I didn't handle myself carefully. When asking someone you don't know to work with you, get to the point. Although someone can be a legend, they're still a normal person. Don't pester them. Once you get in a crew, turn in your work on time and don't leak. Getting on a show is exciting and it might be hard to keep info to yourself at first, but word travels fast and that could give you a bad reputation. Don't risk it. Keep yourself in check and you can make it far.
Working on an object show doesn't always have to be a one-man job, and while you don't need 200 different people working on your project all at once, it's important that you have a team helping you out along the way. Personally, I found that burnout is way easier to fall into when you're working with a limited amount of contributors, as the amount of content to release can become overwhelming when you're the only one taking the brunt of the workload. Now you're probably wondering how to find people, and the answer is easy. Branching out and applying to work on different object shows really helps out when you're looking to schmooze and make connections. I know I've met some of my closest friends and best employees by volunteering on other people's shows.
When reaching out to someone to work on your show, clarity is always key. If you just start out your message with a hi, especially if it's someone you don't know, it usually turns people away from responding. Try to be specific in your message and make sure to always be polite.
This can apply to any project you do, but if you want to make an object show and want it to release, you want to try and keep your scope in check. I've seen people over the years try to make these grand shows with a billion characters and gimmicks and crazy animation that just can't make it to the finish line because they burnt out. I'm no stranger to that problem either. You want to make sure you have the bandwidth to actually make your ideas a reality, so don't be afraid to slim your show down to make it happen. Cutting your cast down, trimming your script a bit, and refraining from flexing your animation skills the whole episode could be the thing that keeps you motivated to push out the next part.
Handling large-scale projects on your own can easily become overwhelming. I found it easier to manage a project this size by breaking it into parts and highlighting the most stressful pieces. I then take a look at my time between now and the due date and lay out a timeline for when I should complete each piece of the project, front-loading the stressful tasks. As a huge procrastinator myself, this method has helped my workload to go from something like this to something a lot more manageable. In the inevitable event that you do procrastinate a bit from your schedule, at least your workload will look a tad more structured compared to what you had before.
Save your files. What? Save your files! You don't have to deal with losing what you make right after you make it. That's like less meaty. Look, all you gotta do is press the save button or Control S or whatever your program is. I don't know. Whatever you got, it's easy. Adobe Animate users. Adobe Animate has an auto recovery feature. If you feel like you misplaced your original files, very likely that the one with the recover in the name is the one you're looking for. But not only should you save your files, you need to make sure you back them up just in case. I suggest saving backup files to an external drive if you're on a computer. Sometimes you can recover FLAs by importing SWFs. But if you don't want to get one of those, Google Drive is safe, online, and a really good way to archive any type of file.
If you're using Discord for your show, my biggest production tip is to let your whole team see all the work channels. Sometimes I'll join a crew as a voice actor and only ever see like general and the voice acting channel, like the others locked away. No! Being able to see all the notes and processes of every other task in the show helps everyone else in the pipeline have an easier ability to see the vision of the project, seeing all the tweaks and changes made along the way. Everyone in your production is an artist, so being able to see the entire workflow as it happens is beneficial to everyone. That's my tip. Good luck.
Production is like a train that keeps constantly chugging along, and the main source of fuel that keeps it going is communication. Being able to talk to your peers efficiently can really help speed up production. For example, if you're given work that requires a certain deadline to be finished by, but you know that you won't be able to reach it, tell the director. That way, they will quickly be able to give your work to someone else who can complete it in time. This keeps your workflow train chugging along at an efficient speed. However, if you fail to communicate your issues to your director or peers, the workflow train slows down and sometimes comes to a complete stop, which in turn delays the estimated time of arrival, frustrating both its passengers and conductor.
A Discord server for your object show crew is great for production and keeping things organized and, well, productive. But one thing a lot of people overlook is that the server doesn't just have to be for object show production. Stuff like gaming or messing around with the rest of your crew or even just chatting does numbers for productivity, since everyone is already actively engaging with the show, even without working. At the end of the day, it turns your crew server into more like a friend group server, which makes it a lot more fun to work on. Just try not to get off track too much.
People won't want to work on your show if no progress is being made, especially if you yourself aren't doing anything. You need to be the one who spearheads and champions your project. People are generally most motivated at the abstract stage of a project, and then again when the episode is mostly complete. So the best way to motivate people is to make more progress. Or you can pay them. I find it can help to do a small bit every day, so like one shot on a scene per day. Also, I forgot to say, it's good to share screenshots of your progress with your crew.
You want to use Google Sheets to organize your work production and make sure all the friends helping you out are all on the same page. List out all the categories of production: voice acting, audio, storyboards, design, and animation. To track progress, you can create a color-coded drop-down to show whether or not work is incomplete in production, revision, or complete. Another drop-down can be used to list all your friends, allowing you to easily show who is assigned to what work. Using the count-if formula, you can track progress by checking how much is considered complete, and you may even create a graph to visualize this data. Create links to quickly redirect you to other useful items such as your script and Google Drive. When sharing, make sure to set it so that anyone with a link can view it.
You know how you'll sit down to record some lines and you can't find your next line, so you have to like Control F through the script or scroll through your phone to find what you're looking for? Line trackers are very useful tools that I never see people use for their shows. The general idea is to make a spreadsheet that has all of the lines in your show separated by character, with additional notes for things like delivery and tone. There's no right way to do it, and you can change it to match your needs. It's only there for ease of access for you and your voice actors.
I've been working on an object show comic, but I feel like it's not good enough. It needs to be perfect.
I understand. Making a new show or comic or anything can be daunting, but don't let that pressure you into a perfectionist mindset. You might find it more fulfilling to create stuff than to iterate on the same themes and ideas over and over. Once you get the ball rolling, you'll have more time to develop the style and skills you use in creating your object show. For my comic, I just made it up as I went along. I had a lot more fun doing it that way. Don't forget, this isn't your day job. Have fun with what you make.
Here's a hypothetical. You want to make an object show, but you don't want to learn how to animate. That's okay. Don't let that stop you. Not everyone has the patience to learn how to animate, and it could be very overwhelming. That's why some shows are comics or made in PowerPoint. People want to use the programs they're used to. For example, in my show, I drag the characters around on my art program like you're seeing right now. Not saying you have to do what I do, but find ways to cut corners and make the process fun and not tiring, or else you're going to be miserable making your show.
If you're getting stumped on coming up with cool ideas for your object show, or you're coming up with the story of it and you maybe hit a roadblock while working on it, then I personally think it'd be a good idea to talk to your crew and or friends about it. Maybe they could help you fully realize that idea, or help finish the story of your show. Or even better, they could help make the idea even bigger and better than what you originally thought of. Collaboration is an awesome thing.
When figuring out the premise and look for your show, don't limit yourself to just object shows. A lot of shows are built on not just Bfdir, but iterations of other object shows, which can make a lot of them look sort of samey. It's totally fine if Bfdir is your main source of inspiration, but there's a wide variety of other mediums you can get fresh ideas from. Bfdir itself pulled inspiration from plenty of sources. It's largely influenced by Total Drama Island, which parodied reality competition shows like Survivor, and its visual style also was heavily inspired by Homestar Runner. So look for stuff beyond just objects that speak to you. TV shows, books, movies, music, art, anything you want to include elements of for your series. Expanding your palette like this helps make your object show fresh and unique.
You've got your idea, and now you're ready to tell your story. Except you're not sure where to start. Well, let me tell you a secret. It doesn't have to be an object show. You don't have to be limited by the medium with which you use to tell your story. It could be an object show, but it could also be an object comic, or game, maybe even a novel. It could even be an ARG. The possibilities are genuinely endless. The only limitation here is your imagination.
Allow me to introduce you to the concept of systematic procrastination.
Just hear me out here.
More often than not, your first draft at anything is going to range from, well, okay, not quite the best to, which is why it's important to give yourself both the time and space to do the task at hand, which is also why I'm going to tell you the following. Give up. For now, you don't actually have to finish this. It's 11 p.m. Go to bed, you dummy. Hey, remember when I said this was systematic? Don't overdo it. Things don't look so good for people that overdo.
Do you often find yourself working extra long hours and experiencing regular bodily pain? Well, fun fact, you need to take breaks. But how do I know how long I should work before I take a break? Well, here's something to remember. Most health experts recommend eating every 3 to 4 hours, which is your excuse to stop working, even if you don't actually eat. Now, does that mean work 3 to 4 hours? Absolutely not. Everyone's work styles are completely unique to themselves. I can only work 2 hours before getting tired out.
Creativity. Do whatever you want.
When making your When making your object show, you can literally do anything. Like, whatever you find interesting. Doing whatever you find interesting will make the process more fun for you.
Hey, what the...
For example, insert object show here is really goofy and loaded with my own specific sense of humor in writing. But it's not a competition show.
What?
This can go for art style too.
Wow.
Thinking outside the box will make your show stand out and add character to it, making it your special creation. If you try to make it formulaic and a carbon copy of something, you may not get the same satisfaction and could make working on it stale, and you might even lose motivation completely.
I think a lot of people think that when they make an object show, there's a certain set of rules they must follow. Like, it must feature objects, it must be a certain competition formula, it must add some sort of dark plot to make it interesting, even that you must make it in certain programs. None of these things are true. You don't have to follow any of these made up rules because, like I said, they're made up. You can change the competition method or not even do competition. It could be story based or even a slice of life. It could be something entirely different than objects or even a mix of the two. The shows you make are showcases your creativity. Let it thrive run wild. Don't limit yourself. Who knows? Maybe you'll be the next trendsetter.
Remember to think outside the box. As an artist, animator, writer, or whatever you may aspire to be, remember that you should take steps in your profession to further improve yourself and to be unique. This community keeps a lot of fun and reusable formulas, and that's fine. But to further your creativity, you gotta try taking the helm. Do something that scares you. Try a new method of designing characters, writing a unique story, how you draw your backgrounds, or take a fun spin at one of the formulas. Keep trying. Doing this could bring you closer to a style unique and special to you.
They want me to be the new speaker box. Tell them no. Rule number 1 in comedy, write stuff down. Doesn't matter if it's jokes, specific character interactions. If you think of something funny, you're gonna wanna write that down, all right? You're gonna put that in your show. And don't worry, oh, it's too stupid. Oh, nobody's gonna find this funny. Shut up. If you think it's funny, other people are gonna find it funny. And you got an audience, baby.
Thank you, Coolest Rat. That was very informative.
Settle down.
Hello, I'm the object show idea you just got in your head. However, with all the other important things you have to do throughout the day, I can only live up here for so long before I... Ow! Oh man, I forgot my idea! If only I had an easy outlet to share them to. Hey, actually, there's a lot of easy ways to save your on-the-spot ideas. You can write down simple notes, do a little doodle or two, or even tell them to a friend. I don't like it. That way, you'll always have a reliable place to remember your new ideas or even re-explore some old ones. Hey, look, there's my object show tip idea.
When designing the cast for your project, you need to think of a few things. For example, is it a competition, story-based, slice of life, etc.? If you're going the competition route, I'd say having a cast of around 14 to 16 would be a great start. Though if you want to try going for smaller or bigger numbers depending on the scope of your show, feel free to do so.
When writing scripts, I'd recommend formatting them to an industry standard. Start with using a 12-point Courier font, with dialogue having middle alignment and scene descriptions with left alignment. This makes it easy to read and gives a rough estimate of the script's length. Roughly 1 page is equal to 1 minute. There's lots of programs you can use, but I personally use Google Docs because it's really easy to share, it's great for giving feedback, and especially good if you're collaborating with other writers. Since this layout is near universal, you can apply this to pretty much any creative project you work on, object show or not. Plus, it looks great on a resume if you want to enter the industry.
If you have a line of dialogue that any character could say, you actually shouldn't. That's the quickest way for a character to fade into the background, especially when they're part of a huge cast and that generic line may be one of only a few they get in that episode. Instead, rewrite the line in a manner that specifically suits who's talking, or even reveals something about who they are. This helps ensure that each character in your show has a reason to be there. This doesn't mean that everyone gets an equal amount of attention in every episode, but it's a great goal for every member of the full cast appearing in an episode to have at least one moment that really shows off their personality. Not every character can have an arc in every episode, but every character can still have a presence.
If you're planning on making a more serious object show, it's a good idea to give your characters depth. Modeling your character around what their stereotype would say, rather than what the character would say, often leads to a flat personality that doesn't really go anywhere. Like, think of how often the irrationally mean character ends up being the first one to go. It's good to remember your character's experiences and their own logic when writing their dialogue. Another thing, dialogue really hits the spot when it's something that only that character would say. Characters are often given useless lines for the sake of screen time, and while this may seem like a fair way to keep them on track with the more relevant characters, it might actually make them seem more bland and useless.
A tightly packed episode script can go a long way when it comes to keeping your audience engaged while also keeping your show quick and to the point. Remember that your first draft of your episode script is exactly that. Give it a day, go back in, and feel the flow of the episode. That's when you go in and really tighten things up. Spend your time rereading scenes over and over again, trimming out lines that may not be needed, rewording sentences that may be too clunky for what a person would actually say, and ultimately, making sure every single line is pushing either a joke or the story forward in some way.
Something I've learned from writing the last 2 episodes of my show is to pace yourself when you're writing a script. It can be easy to get carried away with all the different ideas you have when you're drafting a script, so try to pick out what's funniest or most important to the plot of the episode before you start writing. I like to use a script timer to make sure nothing in my episode is dragged out for too long, but the truly best way to test the flow of your episode is through having multiple read-throughs with your voice actors. People would much rather watch a 15-minute episode over a 30-minute episode, so only write one if it's appropriate to the plot.
Sometimes you feel like you've written the perfect script, but when audio comes in, you realize, yeah, that sounded a lot better in your head. This is why I do read-throughs. I read what I wrote out loud by myself or with a friend, and I notice a lot of things I wouldn't have noticed otherwise. Things like, that scene is way longer than I thought. That line was really difficult to say. What even prompted the character to act like that? And even simpler stuff I may have missed, like typos or missing words.
When you're writing character dynamics and you want to make said dynamic believable, don't stress yourself out too hard on how to write realistic enough dialogue when you can instead think about how characters interact with each other through body language. In these examples, you can see how characters interact with each other, show you how they feel about each other rather than tell you. Like how in this animation one of the characters is reacting to the other's rant in a way that brushes it off, like they've heard it a million times, thus showing that these characters know each other very well. Thinking about adding non-verbal characterization to your interactions adds more nuance to your dynamics and characters in much less time, hence why so many writers and animators prefer show over tell.
A tip I learned about making complex characters is to get into their head. And I mean really nest yourself into their head. You know, putting yourself in their shoes. Every person in the real world has different views and opinions based on their own life experience. Find out how your character not only perceives and interacts with the world around them, but also how they might even perceive themselves. Studying your characters in that way can help you build off existing traits and, with enough time and effort, we'll have a more fleshed out and fully realized character. Yay!
One of the biggest tips that can help make writing your character feel all the more fleshed out is to think about character dynamics. Simple charts like this are not only fun to make, but can really help flesh out characters. Think about it. If you were to shove these two in a room, what would happen and why? You may learn something new about your character, and you may discover a really cool, unlikely dynamic. Even if they never interact, maybe when they're mentioned, your character will respond differently, which will help make your characters all the more enjoyable and feel even more real.
Personally, my favorite part of object shows are the teams. Seeing characters being forced to interact with characters they wouldn't usually get along with is so cool. Or the opposite, seeing characters make unlikely friendships due to being stuck together is freaking awesome. When making teams, you should really consider how they'll interact during the rest of the show. Not every team needs a conflict, but it's good if a few of them have some. Maybe 2 contestants on the team usually take the leadership role, now they gotta fight it out or learn to get along. Maybe no one on the team wants to be a leader, and the team's pure chaos. Whatever. Just consider team dynamics before just randomly putting a bunch of characters who are friends on the same team. Maybe try and find interesting ways to split up those friends. I don't know. Or you can be a weirdo and have no teams in your show, but who wants to watch that?
When designing a character for an object show, you gotta ensure that it's simple and clear. Don't put excessive details or overly intense colors, as they can make the character visually noisy and difficult to animate, especially since most shows use assets. Give your character a unique yet clean shape that defines them while avoiding similarities to existing designs. Remember, simplicity doesn't equal boring. A character can be both distinct and visually appealing at the same time.
Sometimes the most jarring thing to me in object shows is when the look of the show doesn't match the tone of the writing. I know, the OSC is already full of established styles people fall back on, but if you really want to push the tone you're going for, try experimenting with your show's look. If you're making a cute, bubbly show, you might want to round your characters, change the facial and limb proportions to make them seem smaller, and use lighter or more saturated colors. If you want to give it a dangerous edge, thick, sharp outlines with heavy contrast should do the trick. These are just a couple ideas, but the possibilities are endless. Think about what kind of style would best fit the mood and story you're trying to make.
Creating an art style for your object show is pretty important. It may be intimidating to create a unique style to stand out from other shows, but don't stress yourself out too much. Try experimenting with shapes, line weight, brushes, color, limb styles, face placements, and also eye and mouth shapes. You can also take inspiration from pre-existing object shows by taking what you like from a show style and mixing it to create your own. Maybe you like the mouth from an anime in 74, the color limbs from one, or maybe you want to add highlights to a character's eyes like I did for my show. The possibilities are endless! Remember, have fun with it and make sure it's easy to replicate. It'll make the lives of your animators much, much, much easier.
One thing that many people, myself included, can underestimate in creating or working on a show is the value of consistency. If there's multiple animators, it's probably best for them to use the same software. To keep things even more unified, create style guides for people to follow like this. There are lots of resources online on what these guides should look like, so feel free to take inspiration.
In terms of coloring, my best advice is to just experiment. It seems easy to stick to the same coloring styles you're already familiar with, but if you want to branch out, don't be afraid to get messy and try lots of different palettes. After you understand the basic rules of coloring, you are able to use them or bend them in any way you want to use. It will never start out perfect, but with time, you'll be able to communicate an idea exactly how you want to.
When deciding your show's cast, it's common to forget about color balance. Even Bfdir itself tends to have this issue. Having a diversely colored cast makes each and every character more unique and memorable. It also just feels a lot nicer to not look at the same few colors over and over again. Luckily, creating color balance can be as simple as tweaking a few of the designs to better even things out. This domino is gray and boring, but with a few adjustments, it now has a yellow twinge, despite still being white. None of this really matters though, because who's gonna stop you from making that domino red, or green, or purple? Sure, most dominoes aren't purple, but this is fiction. And I guess some dominoes are purple.
I like to turn my limb assets into brush strokes. That way I can turn a transition like this into something a lot smoother like this. You can turn anything into a brush stroke by right-clicking it and choosing Create Paintbrush. With your new brush arm, you can move it around and shape tween it so that the transition between arms is a lot smoother. It works for legs too. It's not needed in every case, but can be good to really nail those slower or more subtle movements.
When making a prop, you should always ensure it is scaled properly with the character rigs. If you don't, it just leads to something like this. Symbols in Adobe Animate automatically scale to 100% when you drag and drop it from the library onto the stage. You can double check this with the transform window activated. Start off with a default scaled character body and create a default shape and a symbol for the prop to make sure you have the right sizing. This might be obvious to some, but trust me, inconsistent scaling happens way more than you think. Having the body next to the prop helps with picking color palettes, maintaining consistent outline width, and proportions. All depends on the character and style you're going for.
The sub-selection tool is your friend. It's a great way to stretch out parts of a shape, adjust curves, fix weird miter bugs, and overall have a much finer control of the curves and points that make up your shapes. It's also great for keeping an eye out for what I like to call curve flattening, which is when two points are slightly too close together or have a shallow enough curve that when rendering your scene, Adobe Animate will flatten the curves, causing your shapes to look sharp and lumpy, which is why it's always good to practice non-destructive editing and keep your curves nice and clean.
When you're making characters or props for your show, it can be a good idea to make sure your asset is created in a non-destructive manner. Which is to say that you want to make sure that the contents of your asset are fully preserved for future edits, like perspective shots, color changes, damage or distortion to the object, and other stuff too. A few good ways to accomplish this are making sure that your lines aren't converted to fills, your elements are stratified into layers, and you use a lot of masking. Note that if your assets are too complex, your FLA file can get laggy, so it's nice to have a simplified version with less layers that you can actually animate with.
I just made some 3D for my object show.
That doesn't look like an object show.
Well, let's fix that. First, make sure the object uses flat or unshaded materials. We want to eliminate any complex features or lighting that might clash with the clean style Adobe Animate assets usually have. Next, we need an outline. Best way to get this effect is what's called a convex hull, which is really just a bigger version of our model turned inside out so that we only see the back faces. Now this looks good, but what about animation? Here, we generally want to avoid conventional rigs, as they end up looking a bit stiff. Instead, we can use things like lattice deformers to be more faithful to the style we're trying to match. Putting it all together, and get something pretty convincing.
I think so too.
When creating a background, many decisions about color, composition, and lighting need to be made. The further you get into refining a background, the harder it's going to be to go back and make adjustments to these fundamentals. That's why I always figure those aspects out first by creating a small, manageable version of the background. And sometimes, several versions will be created to compare different ideas side by side, also known as thumbnailing. Once the big decisions are locked in, I can go ahead and refine it without worrying about making any large adjustments.
So you might have heard of how you can use Minecraft as a base for your backgrounds. So in this tip, I'm going to show you how you can extend this idea and apply it to 360-degree backgrounds. For this, you need a modded Minecraft client, in this case I have the Fabric Loader, and install the Replay mod. Position the camera based on how you would like the background to be and press F2. Select Accurate Rectangular Rendering as your rendering method. Ensure you stabilize your camera's yaw, pitch and roll, then you can click on the Take Screenshot button. Voila! You have your 360-degree background base, which you can then use to make your own custom background for your object show.
A good way to have versatile, crisp backgrounds and to avoid blurry ones when animating is to use vector layers and vector shapes when creating them, which is very common in programs like Adobe Animate, Toon Boom, and OpenToons, but some programs do not support these tools like Clip Studio Paint, Flip-a-Clip, and Procreate. This leads to blurry backgrounds when you move, resize, or zoom into them with your camera. A way to work around this if you don't have a vector program is when you're illustrating your background, make the canvas size much bigger than what you need it to be, so you'll have some wiggle room when it comes to the transformations and camera zooms, or just use a program with vector shapes, that's easier.
As a storyboarder, your job is to make the bones of a scene, meaning you are tasked with how the scene should be laid out. While this is perfectly fine and passable, it can get a little boring and repetitive. Instead of keeping things centered at all times, imagine your canvas being split into chunks of threes. You can push things around and compose a scene based off of these thirds and create a much more visually appealing shot, and it helps you flex your creativity despite the limitations that you might have. This practice is called the rule of thirds.
Let's talk about how to use the rule of thirds. The rule of thirds are used as a guide to help create the composition of your shot and where to place your subject, in this case your character, within the shot. For example, let's say you have two characters sharing the same screen. Using this guide, each one should be placed in the middle of these two vertical lines. Otherwise, if you only have one character, they should be placed in either one of these lines, or in some cases directly in the center. You can also use these intersecting points of the grid called power points. These points are used to help draw the viewer's attention towards your subject, as well as creating some interesting dynamic shots.
Expensive, you know.
Something that can heavily stall your production is taking too long with your storyboards. The purpose of storyboarding is to place characters in a scene and give them rough acting to give animators a place to start. The issue I see sometimes, though, is some artists take a bit too long with their boards. You want to make sure you're getting out the ideas quickly, so don't be so precious with each drawing. If we're drawing the Mona Lisa on each frame, your sequence will never get done, so keep it quick and get those ideas on paper.
Hi, so I do a lot of storyboards, and I think the biggest advice I can give about storyboards is to make them as efficient for the animators as possible. Usually I see this sort of 4x4 grid with like 4x4 panels, and at least for me personally, that isn't as efficient for me when I'm animating. Whereas this, I kind of condense it down so you can see more panels in a smaller space. It also makes it easier to read the text because it's larger in this format, and there's no lines kind of intercepting it. And since it isn't like a professional sort of show, you don't need to stick with like the standard storyboard guidelines.
Perspective! By giving your object show perspective, it opens a whole new realm of possibilities. It could be the kind of perspective in terms of, well, you know, the object's perspective, seeing their view in first-person view. Or it could depend on how the object looks, like the angling of the object. Not only is it a cool effect, but it's also a guarantee that you'll get your audience immersed into the show.
One trick to keeping your show easy to follow visually is a film guideline called the 180 rule. This is best explained using a dialogue scene with two characters. Imagine an invisible line going straight through the two of them. On one side of this line is the imaginary camera that your show is being shot through, and it must stay on one side of the line. It can move and zoom in, but should not cross the line. Failing to follow this rule can make the layout of your scene confusing and take your audience out of the experience. This rule is applicable for all types of scenes with any amount of characters. If you want to intentionally disorient or just try something unconventional, then breaking this rule may be the way to go, but following this rule most of the time will help keep things clear.
In object show animation, scene setup usually refers to setting up all the assets and props needed for a scene in one file before starting character animation. This can also include layout or shot composition, meaning placing characters in the right position on the stage for each shot. Here's an example of scene setup for my BFDI 18 scene, and what it looks like fully animated. Scene setup gives me an idea of what the whole scene will look like from start to finish before I start animating, allowing me to fully focus on character animation without having to add assets and set up shots later on.
Hi, I'm Jazzy Oliver, the voice of Paintbrush over on Inanimate Insanity. My OSC tip for you in the voice acting sphere is to have fun. You get to bring a character to life. Like, your voice gets to bring that character to life. So, go in, be professional, bring your A game, but remember to have fun.
Is it hard for you to read your lines when it comes time to record? Let me see if I can help. Before I record anything, I spend a few minutes doing lip flutters. Start with a really gentle flutter until you're out of breath. When you feel more comfortable, you can add a little bit of strength to the flutter or even some pitch. Another thing, take a pen, put it in your mouth, and say the whole alphabet. Don't just speed through it, say every letter individually. If you do these enough, not only will reading out loud and voice acting become much easier, you will also find yourself being a much better speaker in your day-to-day life.
The voice is an often overlooked aspect of a character's creation, but it's really one of the more important and recognizable parts of a character. One of the first things you could probably remember about Mickey Mouse is his high-pitched, friendly voice. So don't be afraid to experiment with different voices for your different characters. It gives your characters more personality, more memorability, and it'll help diversify your cast.
You're about to start voice acting, but a certain line calls for a lot of emotion. Look, we've all been there. It can be embarrassing to fully commit out of fear of looking corny. Well, let me blow your mind. It does not matter. When you record, try throwing a take in with extra emotion. Never be afraid of going over the top! Voice directors would always rather tell you to reel it back than always keep telling you to give more. This doesn't just apply to voice acting either. This applies to all acting in general. TV, film, and especially theater. Don't be embarrassed, have fun, and throw yourself into the character.
Voice acting. Your character is a real being within their universe with their own feelings and emotions. Don't be afraid to use your face or arms to get into character. Don't overexert yourself with too wild of a voice. It can hurt your throat and won't work for long recordings. Record multiple takes for each line. You should scrap any takes with mic peaking or bumping in your recording. It will break the immersion of your show.
Hey voice actors, sometimes it can be difficult for a director to explain what specific inflection they want for a line. So you should do more takes. 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 So you should... no. So you should do more takes. So you should do more takes.
When recording lines, pay attention to which words you stress in a sentence because I didn't steal her diary and I didn't steal her diary are two different sentences.
When it comes to voice acting, it's really crucial that you consider what's happening prior to or during the scene in which your character is speaking. Like, if your character's in the spooky forest, why not deliver your lines with a slight stutter in between words? Or if your character's not getting along with their team, why not pitch your voice up a little bit and speak in a louder, more demanding tone? Subtle voice inflections like these not only make your performance more believable, but it enhances the overall scene and situation your character is in. The audience wants to feel engrossed and involved with the characters of your show, and you can accomplish that by putting yourself in the shoes of the character you're voicing.
Something really useful when recording lines for really any show is making sure that you have some sort of echo cancellation. If you record out in an open room, the lines will echo and it won't sound as crystal clear. Getting an isolation shield or a voice booth, which is way more expensive but way more worth it in the long run from my own experience, is usually the best way to make sure your lines don't echo as much. If you don't have enough money to buy those things, you can also use a blanket and cover yourself and your microphone before recording.
Are you a voice actor or aspire to be one? Wanna try audio editing?
You are already at the DAW messing with your own lines. Why not mess with sound effects, other people's lines, music, and more? There's a lot less saturated market for audio editors, so you'll be more likely to get accepted into a crew as one. Plus, the skills you'll learn from audio editing can be used to segue into other positions, like music composition and animation.
Do you ever want to tell your story without using words? When you're planning a scene, consider layering your audio. This can look like backing tracks, music, or sounds of the space where the scene takes place. Sound effects, or Foley. Sounds that emphasize the action going on screen. Layering audio can help tell your story of what is going on, or off camera. Notice the difference it makes when I remove my backing track for the scene? Not every scene needs to be filled with dialogue. Watch how your favorite media use silence to show the viewer the feelings or clues they want you to notice.
Sound effects! You probably want them in your show. Whether you are the creator of your show and or a sound designer, what can really help everyone stay organized is gathering all of the sound effects you want to use for your show and making folders for them so they can easily be sent over. And if you really want to be extra organized, make multiple little folders that sort out all of the different sound effect types, such as footsteps, whooshes, impacts, literally anything you want added to your show.
Yeah, I want that played whenever someone gets punched. And that will play when the punch falls down.
Staying communicative with your team when it comes to sound design can make a huge difference in production. Happy folder making!
My golden rule is to always include 10 seconds of room tone at the start of your recording session. Room tone is what your room sounds like when nothing is moving. Most DAWs have a built-in noise reduction tool for you to use. Here's Audacity's. After importing your lines, click on the 3 little dots here to open up the spectrogram view. See how there's a consistent blue line across our entire recording? Let's get rid of that. First, highlight your room tone on the timeline. Go to Effect, Noise Removal and Repair, and click Noise Reduction. Then, click on Get Noise Profile. This tells Audacity what data to look for when removing the background noise. Next, go back to the noise reduction menu and adjust your settings as needed. It's important not to use too harsh of a setting or your lines will start sounding like a Skype call. Repeat the process as needed. Every recording is different, so be sure to find the sweet spot each and every time.
Plosives are when your mic picks up your air pressure on harsh consonants such as pa, ba, ta, ka, so on. It's good to invest in a pop filter or make your own to circumvent plosives, but sometimes they'll still slip into your record.
Purple puppies.
My mic is catching my breath on this low frequency. Those are plosives. You can use a high-pass filter to catch these, and that's a solid solution.
Purple puppies.
But it can mess with the fidelity of your record if you're not careful. So what I like to do is open the spectrogram and use an auto heal tool. With Adobe Audition's auto heal brush, you can literally scrub away those pesky plosives. So
purple puppies
turns into
purple puppies.
One thing I see that is really common with beginner musicians is some of their music is way too loud. A tip that I have is to always add some kind of limiter or a soft clipper to help balance audio levels. Heck, maybe even a compressor. But I'll go too overboard with a compressor, limiter, or soft clipper because it will make things sound really muddy.
If you want to be better at animating, study the source files. They're very useful, and you can see how it's all animated. Bfdir has plenty for you to use, and if lucky, some others too.
But what if they don't release their source files?
And I say, what's stopping you from analyzing every frame of the video, then reanimating it with near perfect detail?
Right!
Reanimating your favorite part of an Object Show episode is also a really good way to improve, and that reanimation could be a good resource you can share with others who also want to learn how to animate. Everyone gets their stuff learned from other people, so it's a win-win. So start up, kid. There'll be a quiz later.
The biggest thing I see beginners mess up when they're staging a scene is eye contact. Individually, each of these drawings is fine, but together, it doesn't look like the characters are actually looking at each other. You can fix this by making them face each other more, or using eyebrows to frame the eyeball area. Make sure to consider when characters' faces are different heights too. One thing I like to do for that is change the angle of the vertical eyes.
You essentially only need these 4 mouth positions. F-mouths are common but more or less optional unless the closed mouth shows 2 rows of teeth, in which case they're necessary to obscure the bottom row. L-mouths are unconventional in the hand-drawn style.
If you hate lip syncing as much as I do, here's an easy way to expedite the process. Make a set of mouths with whatever mouths you may need, and put each one on its own keyframe and a graphic symbol. Then convert each individual mouth into its own movie clip symbol. In those movie clip symbols, extend each keyframe out by several frames, and then make a keyframe on the 3rd frame. Depending on what kind of mouth you're doing this on, like an open vowel, you can make the first keyframe taller, then the second keyframe slightly shorter. With your mouth set up, you can start lip syncing. Using Frame Picker, align the mouth to the vowel or consonant you hear fit. Once you render or press Ctrl and Enter, we can get the final result.
But you said I could help.
Here's a quick tip for making object shows more expressive in a way. Here's an example.
Oh no, it's so sad to see Ice Cube gone.
If a character just says their line without any emotion or body language, it won't hit as hard. Now let's try that again.
Oh no, it's so sad to see Ice Cube gone.
Instead of just saying the line, show the emotion, a sad look, maybe a little panic in her expression, or a soft frown. These small details help show she's upset, and they make scenes feel more alive.
Ever tried animating a character but found yourself stumped at how to make it look right? Well, why not try acting it out? Recording reference footage is something you'll often see professional animators do, and just like any visual reference, it can really help you convey the poses and action you want with realism. Like in this short clip with Fiery. By recording footage of me pumping my fists and jumping, I was able to match each little movement during animation and make Fiery look super awesome. But if you're a bit camera shy, that's okay. Ultimately, the way you make animated characters come to life is up to you.
So you've completed your character animation for your scene? Sweet, let's take a gander.
Well, that wasn't very nice.
Looks great already, but why stop here? We can add nuance and detail to our work. Let's just look to the 12 principles of animation. Here we can find techniques such as anticipation, overlapping action, arcing, all stuff we can add to what we've made. Inside of your tween, start creating keyframes and moving your assets to create these effects. For example, we can make the character dip downwards to anticipate, the tops of their bodies and their arms drag behind to create follow through, and dragging the body down or even using the arrow keys to force motion into an arc. Here's how it looks now.
Well, that wasn't very nice.
You shouldn't be restricted to the linear motion of tweens. Experiment, go wild, and see what works for you.
When you're animating a character, your brain is keeping track of so many different moving parts that it can get pretty difficult making sure that the final animation is nice and fluid. Something you can do to help with this is breaking a character's movement down into simpler shapes or points, and then tracking the acceleration and the arcs of the character piece by piece. Each piece should have its own little pathway and a clear arc that it follows, and for me at least, paying attention to how each individual part of your character is actually moving is a good way of making sure everything comes out the way you want it to, and can help bring some additional life and fluidity to your animation.
The best tip I can give regarding object show animation is, and animation in general, is work smarter, not harder. Find workarounds. As long as they look good, you shouldn't be ashamed to do it. Alright, so this is my Bfdir 22 scene. I was expected to do a full 3D rotation, as you can see in the storyboard here, and that's ridiculous. It's impossible. Okay, so what I did instead was, a semi-3D, everything's where it should be. Bar in the fence fully covers the screen. Boom, opposite side of the fence. It looks good, and I was able to do it faster than if I try to actually do it full 3D rotation. So, best takeaway from this, work smarter, not harder.
Animation can be fun and freeing on your own, but when directing a team, it's essential to ensure that your library and all of your symbols are organized and named. Take a look at my rigs library, for example. It's absolutely hideous. Ugh. Let's clean that up. This way, it's easy to navigate every part of the rig without having to click the preview to see what symbol I'm actually selecting. When working with big asset files that contain collections of characters, it's probably wise to group them by level of importance, like main characters and extras. Or, in the case of shows common in the OSC, teams or competition status. There we go, that's way better. It'll save you and your team a lot of headache.
Tech support time! In some versions of Adobe Animate, you may notice that when you double-click a tween symbol at an interpolated frame, then exit the symbol, the tween split itself all on its own, creating a blemish in your neat timeline and fragmenting your precious custom you spent so much time perfecting and didn't save a preset for! That's because you're using the free transform tool to enter your symbol. For whatever reason, this causes Animate to think you're moving the symbol as you're entering its timeline, creating a keyframe with a new position. If that annoys you as much as me, make a habit of switching to the selection tool or a non-interpolated frame. Also, make incremental backups in case.
Here's how you mask object show characters. You want to get your asset, create a duplicate of that asset symbol, grab any of the layers that aren't the outline, and create a duplicate layer of those. You could just copy and paste them on a separate layer and line it up, but it's typically less accurate that way. After merging the layers, hit Ctrl B. This breaks down any groups or symbols that are still in this layer. Then set this layer to a solid color like red. Click the layer and select mask. Then create a new layer, put that layer under the mask layer, and now anything you draw will not go outside of that mask layer if you go back on the main scene.
Yo, so you know how you make a symbol transparent and it starts doing whatever this is? One way to fix this is to turn the symbol into a movie clip, add a blur filter and set the blur to 0, and now the transparency is fixed. However, one thing that's awesome about movie clips is that you can't see what's animated inside of the symbol until you export the scene, so make sure the animation inside is done before doing all of that.
Alternatively, you could just add a keyframe where the symbol is temporarily a movie clip. That works too.
Hey kids, you ever see fancy lighting in an object show and you're like, wow, that looks so cool, how can I do something like that? It's actually quite simple. A lot of these effects can be achieved in Adobe Animate by playing with the blur filter, blend modes, and gradients. Take the spotlight effect from the II2 finale. All it really is a rough shape with the blur filter applied and the blend mode turned to add. Another example, this crazy multicolor background in the BFB intro is just a bunch of solids and gradients layered on top of each other with different blend modes. You can get some super cool looking effects using these techniques, so go wild. Just don't make it too ice-draining.
Wish it was possible to mask out your symbols to have a nice gradient effect where it smoothly fades out towards the end? Well, first, make a movie clip symbol of an already existing one. Go inside, layer a gradient on top and set one of the colors to 0 opacity, then convert the gradient to a symbol so you can set the blend mode of it to alpha, then click back to scene 1 to set the blending of your main symbol to layer, and voila! You can adjust the effect however you want. You can apply the backgrounds, characters, images, and you can even animate it. It's your choice to make whatever nice lighting or ghostly looking effects you can come up with.
Symbols in Adobe Animate are awesome because they allow for tweening and storing animations inside of a graphic, which is something that most object show animators typically do. However, when working with symbols, you will most likely come across a situation where the animation inside of a graphic doesn't sync up with the frames on the outside, and it ends up looking like this. This usually happens when you want to move the frames outside of the symbol around, like if you wanted to extend or shorten a tween. To fix this, all you gotta do is highlight the selection you want to fix, right-click, and click the button that says Synchronize Symbols. And boom, fixed! Who knew animation was so easy?
Making music can be intimidating, especially when it comes to what program to use. It might be scary putting yourself out there if you go in with the mindset that you need a million expensive plugins or top-notch programs to make good music. While they can be helpful to have, not having them doesn't mean you can't make music. From personal experience, some free or cheap starter programs I'd recommend are GarageBand and FL Studio Mobile, but even programs like Audacity can be used to mix parts together. If you've got a good idea for a song, don't let program limitations stop you from making it happen.
If you want to try songwriting for a show but you're struggling with ideas, try writing with limitations. Writing with a limitation in mind can force you to find creative solutions and help you make an end product that sounds more unique. Think of it as a challenge. Here's a list of different writing challenges you can make for yourself. The point is to train your skills by writing in ways you haven't thought of before. Hopefully you got some good ideas. Now, for the next person's tip.
Try letting your music be character motivated. If a character's gonna sing a song, ask yourself questions like, what kind of vocabulary do they use? Would they sing fast or slow, loud or soft? What genre best fits their personality and frame of mind in this moment? This can really help guide you while you write music and lyrics. Even if you're just scoring a scene, you can try assigning your characters unique instruments or recurring motifs to represent them. This will help your music feel really connected to the story you're trying to tell.
When it comes to assembling the background music, or score, for your object show, consistency is key. Having a strong musical identity can go a long way with making your show stick in people's minds. Some of the most popular shows in the community have soundtracks that you could instantly recognize just by hearing a single instrument. Out of these 4 object shows, guess which one this is from? See what I mean? If you don't have the time or resources for an original score, there are still ways to achieve this consistency with stock music. With how much royalty-free music exists on the internet, you're bound to find plenty of tracks that fit your vision. But the most important thing to remember is, if you want to score your show with Kevin MacLeod music, don't use dubstep for the intro.
Hi, do not post your intro before the first episode of your object show. This started out as a saying, but there actually is some merit to it. While it does seem like a great way to build up hype, you could be building yourself up for disappointment. A lot of the time, I see creators upload their intros super early into production, and this can more often than not end up in them getting demotivated or losing interest very quickly. A better way to build up hype would be to upload things like progress updates, promotional art, or even sneak peeks. But you should only do these things when you're much further into production. It's all about patience, and waiting for the right time to post.
Adding subtitles can greatly help you grow your object show audience. People from many different countries watch object shows, and luckily YouTube has an auto-translate feature, so even if the subtitles are in your own language, your show will become more accessible to viewers. If you can't add all the subtitles by yourself, try hiring a subtitler and giving them access to YouTube's subtitle editor. Or, if you want to collaborate, each person can work on different sections, then download and merge the subtitle files together.
You finished your episode. Now let's make a thumbnail.
Maybe this thumbnail could use a makeover. When making your thumbnail, try and focus on how attention-grabbing it's gonna be. You want to have clear focal points with elements that trigger emotion in your viewer, such as expressive faces. Additionally, remember that a colorful thumbnail is far more clickable than a dull one. These bright hues will make your video more eye-catching. It's already looking better, but we can tweak this further. Do you see all that space we're not using? Well, use it. You want to use as much space as you can in your thumbnail while still keeping it simple. Move your elements around until you have a good composition. Maybe even add some text. Yoink. Yay. Amazing. You did it. A good thumbnail.
So if you just made something you're really proud of, but no one seems to care about what you've made, or even made them upset. What if I'm a failure because I'm not good enough? Well, just because something you created did not turn out as well as you hoped, that doesn't mean that you are a failure. You don't have to be defined by how other people see you, because you're you. You can always keep creating as long as the act of it still satisfies you.
Hello! I make an object show perhaps just like you. Now, as the creator of your show, and especially considering your independent nature, you are guaranteed complete control over your project, but because of the whole viewer interactivity mandate, I don't see many people taking advantage of that. So my advice is to not let it get to your head, having a fan base and all. If you're headlining a project, there's no need to get mad at the powers that be for thwarting your direction because the powers that be don't exist. Why limit yourself like that? Nobody has to know what decisions you're making during production. Remember, you are the sole vision behind your art, so do what's best for you and your interests, not your fans. Take care.
Criticism is essential to improving your skills in every aspect of object show production. Don't let criticism bring you down. Rather, use it as a tool to unlock your show's full potential. Just remember that absolutely no show is perfect and that you can always improve your show in any department of production. You just gotta hear people out sometimes.
A lot of us has a special skill, and it's all because of that fateful moment we first laid our glowy eyes on something incredible and made us say things like, "Wow, I want to make something like that!" Shush, sorry. But along the way, we often get a loop of burnouts, tight deadlines, comparing, and pressure from any individual around us. But what matters is jumping back to the moment you wanted to make something in the first place. That right there is one of your greatest strengths. So whenever work weighs you down, go back to that same moment that special something made you love to create things. Skills comes from practice, but your head and heart grows with wonder. Keep both alive. Woo! Yeah! Next tip!
So one of the coolest parts of the OSC is that it is in fact a community. So what's amazing about that is that you make your first object show video, you're really excited, you upload it to the internet, and immediately there's a large audience of object show fans who are excited to watch your video. Unfortunately, the consequence to that sometimes can be that your video is immediately being compared to other creators who sometimes have over 10 years under their belt making object show videos. So I want you to know that the hardest part of making an object show, period, is just starting it all. And sometimes you're gonna get criticism, and criticism can be a really good thing. People may say, oh, your animation could use a little bit of that, you might wanna work on this in your next video, but sometimes people are just trying to be a little mean and get under your skin and, you know, try to be a bit of a hater. So I wanna show you something right here. This is a stack of cups that I built. It took about, I don't know, a minute to build. And it took about a second to take it down, and that is because trying to destroy something is a lot easier than trying to build something. Now, if you love it, if you love object shows and you want to make your own object show, just remember the love that brought it to you in the first place. You're gonna get better as it goes along. Compare the first episode of Inanimate Insanity to the one that we released last month. You know, there's a big difference, but that isn't an accident. That is over a decade, 15 years of doing things over and over and failing and continue. But just know that making the first video is the hardest part, and you've already done it.
The most important thing they have to do while you're making your show is to have...
Be respectful and professional with people you want to work with. I wouldn't have everyone in this video if I didn't handle myself carefully. When asking someone you don't, then reanimating.
No show is perfect. No show is perfect, and that you can always improve your show in any department of production. You just gotta hear people out sometimes.
A lot of us has a special skill, and it's all because of that fateful moment we first laid our glowy eyes on something incredible and made us say things like, "Wow, I want to make something like that!" Shush, sorry. But along the way, We often get a loop of burnouts, tight deadlines, comparing, and pressure from any individual around us. But what matters is jumping back to the moment you wanted to make something in the first place. That right there is one of your greatest strengths. So whenever work weighs you down, go back to that same moment that special something made you love to create things. Skills comes from practice, but your head and heart grows with wonder. Keep both alive.
Woo! Yeah! Next tip! So one of the coolest parts of the OSC is that it is in fact a community. So what's amazing about that is that you make your first object show video, you're really excited, you upload it to the internet, and immediately there's a large audience of object show fans who are excited to watch your video. Unfortunately, the consequence to that sometimes can be that your video is immediately being compared to other creators who sometimes have over 10 years under their belt making object show videos. So I want you to know that the hardest part of making an object show, period, is just starting it all. And sometimes you're gonna get criticism, and criticism can be a really good thing. People may say, oh, your animation could use a little bit of that, you might wanna work on this in your next video, but sometimes people are just trying to be a little mean and get under your skin and, try to be a bit of a hater. So I wanna show you something right here. This is a stack of cups that I built. It took about, I don't know, a minute to build. And it took about a second to take it down, and that is because trying to destroy something is a lot easier than trying to build something. Now, if you love it, if you love object shows and you want to make your own object show, just remember the love that brought it to you in the first place. You're gonna get better as it goes along. Compare the first episode of Inanimate Insanity to the one that we released last month. There's a big difference, but that isn't an accident. That is over a decade, 15 years of doing things over and over and failing and continue. But just know that making the first video is the hardest part, and you've already done it.
The most important thing they have to do while you're making your show is to have...
Be respectful and professional with people you want to work with. I wouldn't have everyone in this video if I didn't handle
Up next, we're gonna watch how to make an object show. I just wanted to give you guys all these tips in case we want to make an object show, but because you never know when one of us decides, oh, I'm gonna make an object show, and then we go ahead and just create the object show.
Have you ever wanted to make a show like this, or like this, or like all these? Today, I'm giving you a full, comprehensive guide to how to make an object show. Let's get into it. Step 1. The foundation. The foundation of your object show is the overarching plot and the genre. Do you want a nitty-gritty show like One, or a funny, lighthearted show like Brawl of the Objects? A competition show like Bfdir, or a non-competition show like Love of the Sun? Choose a genre and plot that you love. I'll be making a competition show, and this show will be lighthearted and fun. We'll call it Object Fobject. I've sketched the logo in my notebook, and now I'll take a picture and transfer it onto my computer to digitize it. I like using notebooks to plan stuff and draw out characters because I think it's more fun to do freehand, but you can use a computer and plan everything out on Google Docs. For the overarching plot, our characters are going to learn that money isn't everything, and it's friendship that really matters. Really simple, but this is just a guide. Choose a plot you think would be interesting to watch unfold over the season, like how in Inanimate Insanity 2, we see throughout the season how the game affects all of its players' mental health, or in Inanimate Insanity Invitational where we see MiPhone 4 unable to let go of the game and always trying to extend it. Step 2. Characters. Characters make the show. If we don't care about the characters, we don't really care about the show at all. Think about how many people you know with object show characters as their icons. That means they love a character so much, they made it a part of them. There are a few ways to come up with characters. Number 1 is object to personality, which is where you take an object and make its personality around it. Soap is used to clean stuff, so Soap from Inanimate Insanity likes to clean stuff. She's a neat freak. Balsa wood is really weak and brittle, so Woody from Bfdir, who's made of balsa wood, is weak. Then there's personality to object. If you want a nerdy character, think of what objects are considered nerdy, like computers, glasses, or pocket protectors. Another way to come up with characters is to come up with a bunch of them at the same time by thinking of how they would bounce off of each other. For example, a lot of shows have a dynamic where there's a smart character and a dumb character and they learn a lot from each other. That's already 2 characters right there and a plot they can go through together. For these characters, you can just find objects around your house that you like. Then you can just apply personalities to them. This is our cast of Object Fobject, and these are all the characters' personalities. Once you have your cast, which can be any size you want as long as you can handle it, it's time to move on to designing these characters. Step 3. Asset. To design the assets, you can either draw your characters on paper, then transfer them to your computer and trace over them, or simply use references from Google to create these characters. It's important to design your characters before you begin writing, so you understand how they interact with the world. For example, if you draw a character and realize they're really small, you can include that in scripting. There are plenty of guides on how to design assets. One that I find extremely helpful is Top at the Hat's Guide for Shines and Shading. It's also important that your characters are designed so their faces and limbs are clearly seen and in the right spots. If your character is dark, you might want their face and limbs to be white instead of black. And if your character is oddly shaped, it might be hard to figure out where to put the face and mouth. Sometimes this can look really cool, but other times it can look pretty weird. Sizing the assets is important too. Sometimes limbs can be too large or too small. Find a balance that works for you and your style, especially if you use the hand-drawn style. For Object Fobject, we'll be using the hand-drawn style. Step 4. Plotting out your script. This simply means planning the script and breaking it up into segments. When I write, I use the ABC plot method to figure out what plots I want in episodes. The A plot will be the most important plot of the episode, the B plot is secondary, and the C plot is shown the least throughout the episode. It's the least important. Let's say the A plot is Tablet, the host, trying to show the characters how fun competing is. This will establish the competition as well as give a lot of characters their time to shine. The B plot is Hydro Flask and Hourglass forming an alliance early on in the game and trying not to get caught while trying to convince Plaque to join. This will highlight 2 contestants that may be important later on. Our C plot is Dog Bull and SD Card trying to find craft services because they're really hungry. I like the C plot to be a really funny plot, especially in the beginning of the season when we're just learning about the characters and there's not really a lot of stakes. Then I plot out the episode in 5 acts. This way I know exactly how to write my script before I do it, and I can make sure all the plots are brought up in the episode and they get resolved, or it becomes clear they'll follow over into other episodes. I also follow the classic story progression of exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and resolution. Episodes can lead us towards something big to keep the viewers watching. For example, in BFB 29, the entire episode leads towards the destruction of the BFB world as we know it, which keeps the viewers watching as the world slowly starts to crumble. This is what creates an awesome climax, when the viewers expect something to go wrong, but they aren't sure what. And now our planning is done. Step 5. Writing. Using the guide from Step 4, you can begin writing the script itself. This is where our characters come to life, and you can decide exactly how they talk, act, and sound. Writing by yourself can be fun, but it can also be fun to write with someone else who has another perspective. I know when I write, I think everything I've written is really easy to understand, but then when I show it to someone else, they'll be confused. Other writers or revisers are key to making sure your episodes are clear and concise. Sometimes we say a lot more than we need to, or we just don't say enough. But that's the best part about writing. You can go back and change, revise, and delete whatever you want. For Object Fobject Episode 1, I simply wrote a scene that will take place somewhere in the middle of the episode, involving Hourglass, Hydro Flask, and Plaque. Writing can also be done through storyboards instead of scripts. BFDI episodes are written entirely through storyboards instead of scripts, which makes them easier to visualize during the backgrounds, props, and animation phase. You can also choose to write the script and then create animatics, like in Inanimate Insanity. These animatics are more specific than storyboards, which makes them easier for animators to follow. follow. You can pick whichever way you like more, or do neither. This is also around the time I recommend creating a spreadsheet to keep track of everything. Voice actors, sound designers, animators, what scenes are done, what scenes need to be done, and how much of the total episode is completed. This removes all guesswork and it motivates you because you know how much you have left and you know how far you've come. Step 6 is hiring. Now that you've got your script and have a really solid grasp on your characters and the show, it's time to hire some people. Now that you have a story, you can entice people to join you. You can send people you know DMs or network in the OSC Discord networking channel. You can even create a video about wanting to hire voice actors, sound designers, and animators. People in the Object Show community are always ready to share their talents. Make sure to include the kind of style you want the show to be so you get animators who can match that style, and make sure you talk about what the characters should sound like, their personalities, their accents, so that when people audition, they know exactly what they need to do. After you create your team, you can create a Discord server for your show and invite the new crew members. And you can keep things organized by creating chats for specific topics, like voice acting, animation, and sound design. Step 7, voice acting. There are a ton of budget microphones out there. My personal favorite is the Fifine, which you can find on Amazon for $50. If that's still too expensive, you can actually use your phone microphone, which can genuinely create a really good sound if you're in the right environment. If you have a little money to spare, I recommend the Samsung CO1U, which tons of community members use, like myself, Wagolo, Blundu, Carrie Huang, etc. They last super long. I've had mine for over 10 years and it still works perfectly. After you have your microphone ready, create a setup to record. I used to record in my closet and it worked really well, but now we live in an apartment with no closet space, so I simply place my dog's dog bed on one side of my microphone and a pillow on the other side, and I'm all set. I do this to eliminate echo. Echo is really hard to remove in post-production, so it's best to try to remove it before you start recording. This is how the microphone sounds with no echo cancellation. This is how the microphone sounds with the dog bed. There's a huge difference. You can also see during this recording that I'm moving around, I'm making facial expressions, and that helps me make the lines sound real. The goal in voice acting is to take all the movements and thoughts and feelings the character might do or might have and make them come across with just your voice. When you record, it's important to record a few variations of each line. If you read the script and your character says, "Are you sure?" you can say, "Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure?" It may depend on the characters you're voicing or what the context of the script is, but having all of these variations is super important. Once voice acting is complete and you receive all the lines from your voice actors, it's time to move on to step 8, processing. Processing the voice actors' recordings is about cleaning up lines with programs like Audacity or RX to make sure recordings sound better and are around the same volume as each other. For example, here are 2 different recordings. These lines are hydro flasks and these lines are hourglasses. They are totally different volumes, and hourglasses lines have a lot of plosives, which are those pop sounds you hear when a character makes a P, B, or W sound. Both sets of lines also have background noise. You can actually fix all of these problems in post-production. To make these lines the same volume, we'll use 3 tools in Audacity: compression, normalize, and limiter. Just using these default effects, we can simply select all the audio, click these 3, and boom, both character audios now look very similar. To remove the noise, we use the noise reduction tool. Select a chunk of background noise that has no talking, just that shh sound, click noise reduction, click get noise profile, and then select the entire audio file, click noise reduction again, and this time click OK. This will remove all the background noise, and if it doesn't, just repeat the process. Finally, we can remove plosives using the Spectral Edit multi-tool. To do this, click on your audio track and click spectrogram. This will show us the same audio in a different format. You can see where the plosives are based on where these white chunks are at the bottom of the audio. Highlight just these chunks, click Effect, and scroll down to Spectral Edit multi-tool. Click on it and these chunks will be removed. I use RX8 to remove plosives because it's more accurate and faster. This program costs $50, but I use it enough that I think it's worth it. Now that all of your processing is complete, we can move on to step 9, sound design. Sound design is when we create the audio that will be used to animate the scenes. You have 2 options. You can create the audio for the entire scene with sound effects. This includes timing lines with sound effects so the animators know exactly when an action has to take place. This can sometimes be restricting to the animator, but it means sound effects are already complete by the time post-production rolls around. Your other choice is to create the audio for the entire scene without sound effects, so you only time the lines. This means animators will get to choose when actions happen, and then sound effects can be added in the editing phase after animation is complete. This can be more tedious, but gives animators more freedom. Audacity is a great program for sound design. It's free, easy to use, and has a lot of effects to choose from. You simply import all the lines and sound effects you want to use and can copy and paste them from file to file and then slide them around to time the scene. Timing is very important. Jokes can be ruined if lines and sound effects aren't timed correctly, as well as conversations as a whole. People don't have conversations with huge gaps between them, but they also don't talk over each other a lot. Find a good balance that keeps the scene flowing and fits the mood. Once those are completed, you can export them. Make sure to keep all of your scenes in the same folder and label them correctly so you won't lose them when you need them later. Once the sound design is complete, you can move on to backgrounds and props. For props, go to your script and write down any props you might need on a spreadsheet or document. Props should match the art of the characters and the backgrounds, but you can mix it up. Props don't have to have outlines, even if the characters do. Like all other art on your show, you can use a reference. Top At the Hat is the best background artist in the OSC, and he recommends researching the kind of place you want your show to take place in, then finding tons of references to go off of. Once you have an idea, you can begin designing backgrounds that'll fit the mood and setting. Does your show have a dark theme? Create a dark, moody background with desaturated colors. Fun theme? Use bright, striking colors that stand out. One way to create backgrounds is to design specific shots, like this long background from this BFDI short. This one background is designed for this specific place. Alternatively, you can create different background elements to create variations of backgrounds, so your characters can be in the same environment but in different parts. Trees, bushes, mountains, and even grass are all elements that you can copy and paste and make different variations of the same background. Once all of your backgrounds and props are done, you can move on to animation. Animation is the most crucial step of the object show process. This is where all of your ideas officially come to life. There are so many programs you can use to create object show animations. I'm using Adobe Animate, but you can also use Anime Studio, Flip a Clip, or even Toon Boom or Blender. There are many tutorials online about how to use these programs. Here is my BFDI animation tutorial. When you start drawing for Teapot or BFB, a lot of people, including myself, use tablets, but I'm going to be using my mouse today to show you that you can use any tool to animate in the Teapot style. One thing that I do is I take an image of the character and I put it right next to the body that I'm about to use. Everybody has their own individual style, but everything should look relatively similar. I like this arm a lot, so we're going to take that, copy it with Control-C, and then paste it with Control-V, and then we're going to transform horizontally. There we go. The most important thing I'm going to leave you with today is how to draw and animate mouths like they do in BFB and Teapot. This style was coined by Satomi, the previous BFB and Teapot showrunner. So this is the real deal. So what I'm going to do is make the sad mouth, the sad M. And I'm going to press F8 and make the symbol. Leafy mouth, and I'm going to make this a graphic. I'm going to insert a blank keyframe, press onion skin so I can see the last mouth I made, and then I'm going to make the open mouth. I'm going to now make the O mouth. And for the last mouth, I'm going to make the closed T mouth. And now we have all the mouths that we need. You might be wondering, well, in BFB and Teapot, those mouths are really bouncy. How do they make them bounce? Well, that's really simple. We're going to select this, convert it to symbol, and make it a movie clip. Next, we're going to go into this, add a bunch of frames, and on the second frame, we're going to stretch it out. Whenever I select the M mouth, it'll always bounce. We'll do the same with all the other mouths. With the open mouth, on the first frame, it's going to be bigger and stretched out. And on the second frame, stretched wide instead of stretched out. So it'll look like this. Now we have the 4 mouths. Make sure that these mouths are set to play single frame, because if it loops, we're just going to get this. It's really important to make sure that everything is its own symbol on its own layer. When something isn't a symbol, you can't animate it because it comes up with this error. And when two things are on the same layer, it comes up with the same error and messes up the animation. So make sure everything is a symbol, and make sure everything has its own layer. And now, we're going to actually get into the animation. Step 1 in the animation process is the keyframes. These keyframes basically determine all of the poses that the character is going to be in. So this is pose 1, and we have a set of keyframes here. So I'm going to select all these frames and insert keyframe. I can also press F6 on my keyboard to insert keyframes as well. I'm going to skew these legs. I'm going to hold Alt while I do it so that they move like this. If you don't hold Alt on your keyboard, the legs will move like that. Next, I'm going to select the rest of the body, and I'm going to turn it, and I'm going to use my arrow keys to move Leafy. And then I'm going to duplicate this symbol. That way I can edit it without messing up this symbol. I'm going to draw blinking eyes. The thing about the BFB style and the teapot style is that you always have to draw the new things that happen in the scene. So I'm going to duplicate this symbol. Now I want to make a new arm. So I'm going to duplicate this symbol, create this new layer. To make this easier, I can also press this button. So this arm simply becomes an outline and draw over it. I also want to make it so I can only see one of Leafy's eyes. So I'm going to bring everything over here. I'm going to select this and go to Properties and click this button. This button is the Swap Symbol button. I'm going to swap back to symbol 7. Now we're back to the open eyes. But I'm also going to duplicate this symbol and delete this eye. And there, now we have all of these keyframes.
Oh no, it's so sad to see Ice Cube gone.
Now, some people actually end their animation there. A lot of people animate with just keyframes. But if you want to go a step further, you can tween this animation. Tweening is creating the in-betweens of the animation. So, we would create a classic tween. That creates all of the in-betweens of the animation. Every single individual frame in this animation is the exact same amount apart. I, however, want it to get faster as Leafy goes down. So I would select an ease in. An ease in means that the first frames are really close together. There's such a minuscule difference between this frame and this frame. As we get closer to the final keyframe, it gets faster. I'm going to do the same thing here and create a classic tween with an ease in. Let's do cubic. So that means that the frames in the beginning are even closer together and the frames at the end have an even larger difference. Next, I'm going to put a keyframe here, and I'm going to create the bounce back. Because Leafy had so much movement here, she will bounce back in the animation. So we'll just do a little tiny movement here. Bring the arms back down, bring the face back down, create a classic tween, and do an ease out.
Oh no!
Here, I'm going to do an ease in out. It eases in first, where the frames start getting faster, and then they slow back down. Now we have a bit of an issue here because her face goes off her body. I'm going to create a set of keyframes here, and I'm going to duplicate this symbol and just shrink that eye, and duplicate this symbol and shrink this eyebrow. This will make it look more like her face is going around her body instead of off of it. There we go, and now we have this animation.
Oh no, it's so sad to see Ice Cube gone.
And now, finally, I'm going to show you how to lip sync. Now first, I'm going to explain to you a little bit about what each mouth does and its function. This closed teeth mouth actually functions as a lot of different things. It's a t sound, an s sound, a sh sound, ch sound, anything where your teeth are closed. Additionally, it's also an F mouth. The open mouth is for any ah sound, any e sound, anything like that. Your O mouth is for any oohs, any O's, anything like that, any oohs. And your M mouth is for M's, B sounds, so buh, and any P sounds like puh. What you can do is you can go through every single keyframe and listen to what the sound is. So I'm going to insert a keyframe right here. And I hear an ah sound, so I'm going to put this ah mouth. We're slowly turning into an O, so here, I'm going to put an O mouth. Here, I can hear that the sound has stopped. So it's an N mouth, a little n. I hear the start of an ah here. So we're going to put that. There. Now the animation is lip synced.
Oh no, it's so sad to see Ice Cube gone.
You might be wondering, hey, the mouths aren't bouncing. That's because the mouths are movie clips. See? And you actually cannot see a movie clip's animation outside of its symbol. What you're going to do is go to Control, Test Movie, in Animate, and it will export your animation how it will be visible when it's an MP4 or any type of video file type. As you can see in this animation, you can now see that her mouth is bouncing, which means our animation is officially done. So that's the basics of Adobe Animate. You can move on to character animation. The most important part of character animation is making sure the character's movements and expressions match their lines. One way to practice this is to look in the mirror or a camera and see what expression your face would make during the same lines. Then match those expressions with your characters. After all the character animation is complete, then it's time for revisions. This step is self-explanatory but often missed. When a scene is sent to you by an animator, you have to check it over to make sure that everything is correct. Even with storyboards and scripts, animators can still misunderstand how you want a scene to look. Movements, expressions, shot sizes, and lip sync can all be elements of a scene that will need revisions. After revisions, it's time for editing. This can be pretty simple depending on what kind of show you have. It mostly involves placing all of the scenes in the correct order on the timeline of your editing program. I'm using Adobe Premiere Pro, but this works with iMovie, Final Cut, or even CapCut. This also is your chance to fix some pacing issues. You can remove awkward silences between lines or at the end of scenes that weren't fixed in sound design, place the intro wherever you feel it works, and add effects like shakes, text, or any visual elements missed in animation. And again, this is a pretty simple process, and it leads us to step 14, music and sound. It's a simple process. Watch through each scene and see where sound effects should go. Character movement, prop interactions, or even diegetic sounds like a foghorn when something is gross are all necessary sound effects. There's plenty of places to get sound effects. Freesound, YouTube, Epidemic Sound, they all have ups and downs, and they are all great places to find music and sound. Music is really important. It sets the tone for the scene and can completely change how a scene is interpreted. For example, a conversation between two characters can be completely innocent when the music is a simple acoustic guitar or a nice piano melody. But when you replace that music with something darker, the conversation suddenly takes on a second meaning. But be careful and make sure everything is mixed properly. Music and sound effects should never be louder than the characters. Once you're finished adding music and sound effects, it's time to create the thumbnail. Because of the nature of object shows, most of your viewers will come from browse features. That's the YouTube homepage and suggested videos, which means your thumbnail will be the first thing a lot of your viewers see. Because of that, your thumbnail needs to represent your show. Thumbnails are mostly about graphic design, so it's important to think about color, contrast, readability, and the placement of your characters. But honestly, your thumbnail can look like anything you want it to. I like to make mine represent my episode, and especially the most exciting parts. For my episode 2 thumbnail, which was made by Hyven, it matches the climax of the episode. It also has contrasting colors with the aqua blue sky and the red of Sharkberry's berries, which makes it stand out to people. I also have one huge element in the forefront and one smaller element in the background, which creates contrast. Regardless, your thumbnail is the representation of your entire episode, so just make a thumbnail that represents it and represents you. Now that you've finished your thumbnail, it's time to upload your episode. Just click this button, drop your file in, and boom, it's uploading. Title the episode. Pick a good title, something eye-catching but true to the episode, and something that you like. Then create your description. You can describe what the episode will be about, thank your friends and family for inspiring you, and even plug some links to your social media accounts. On Discord, tons of servers have advertisement channels you can send your episode in, and you can get a moderator to share your episode in new episode releases on the OSC Discord, which is connected to a ton of other servers. Once that's done, you've successfully completed your episode, so you can sit back and relax and watch the views and comments come in and see how proud people are of your work. The only thing left to do after that is start this entire process over again with episode 2. I hope this tutorial was helpful, and thank you so much for watching, and don't forget to subscribe.
Well, that's done. Now you get to hear me recording for like an now you guys get to hear me like do some like recording for like a video that I'm gonna make. Alright, here we go. When I plan an object show, I usually just like to get to the bit. I like to make the promos and then make the Google document for the script. And then I go around spreading information, real, factual information about my object show. And then usually I just get immediately started on the script. Now, when it comes to script writing, I get a little help from my animator, Two from Teapot, which mainly writes most of the script, sometimes even all of the script. But I still pop out some random ideas from now and then. But he usually just does not use them because he likes to do things on his own, which I respect. But you also got to take some help from your crew, whatever you like to call it, your squad, your crew, whatever. Also, make sure that you have some manageable scripts and don't use AI for your scripts. If you use AI for your scripts, you're going to make it sound like the tone is a little bit, well, scripted, even though it is a script. I don't even understand what I'm trying to say here anymore. It's okay. We can agree. For voice acting, I like to usually just start by trying to get a crew. And also, when I get my crew, I try to give them like certain dates that they need their lines in, which I usually don't do this publicly, but I'm probably going to start doing this. And I usually ask when they can get their lines in. Because in a voice acting forum, I just ask when is a reasonable time you can get your lines in. Okay, next part. So if you hear me, and I'm not trying to speak directly to you guys, then I'm trying to work on a video. That is probably going to come out within the next hour or so. So yeah, there's like 2 videos dropped today. I feel like getting out of here. We're gonna need honey. We can agree. I usually discuss with my squad and even my community how the episodes are going to play out. Upcoming is going to be a teaser on episodes 9 and 10 on Tipo Alt. That'll be in like less than a month. And I also like to discuss the plans of BFDIR, BFDIA Alt. You get it. Mainly, I just discuss with my squad. But I love, and I really love to discuss with the community. Even if it seems that I don't discuss with the community, I might start discussing with the community more. Next part. I had to close YouTube because something wasn't going on. I'm getting out of here. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just making a video. Lastly, an important part, animation. I mostly use CapCut, and sometimes I do use InShot for like my promos and all that, which do have animation. Oh yeah, I mostly use them for GIFs as well when I'm trying to make a community post. But animation is like the best thing when it comes to object shows. Besides having fun, of course. But I'm not the best at animating, so I just use pictures. But I still like to consider animation because why would I just call it pasting pictures? Why would I just call it that? That just makes it sound bland. Using the word animation makes it sound more grand. And I also have an animating crew. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. The very best of who you are. Today is yours. Lead with kindness. Give your best. Today's yours. Lead with kindness. Give your best. Alright, let's post this video. Heart and soul, I fell in love with you, heart and soul. Yeah, that's a wonderful song. When I plan an object show, I usually just like to get to the bit. I like to make the promos, and then make the Google document for the script. And then I go around spreading information, real, factual information about my object show. And then, usually, I just get immediately started on the script. Now, when it comes to script writing, I get a little help from my animator, too, from Teapot, which mainly writes most of the script, sometimes even all of the script. But I'd still pop out some random ideas from now and then. But he usually just does not use them because he likes to do things on his own, which I respect. But you also got to take some help from your crew, whatever you like to call it, your squad, your crew, whatever. Also, make sure that you have some manageable scripts, and don't use AI for your scripts. If you use AI for your script, you're going to make it sound like the tone is a little bit, well, scripted, even though it is a script. I don't even understand what I'm trying to say here anymore. For voice acting, I like to usually just start by trying to get crew, and also, when I get my crew, I try to give them like certain dates that they need their lines in, which I usually don't do this publicly, but I'm probably going to start doing this. And I usually ask when they can get their lines in, because in a voice acting form, I just ask when is a reasonable time you can get your lines in. Okay, next part. I usually discuss with my squad and even my community how the episodes are going to play out. Upcoming is going to be a teaser on episodes 9 and 10 on Team Hall. That'll be in like less than a month. And I also like to discuss the plans of BFDIR, BFDIA ult. Mainly I just discuss with my squad, but I love, and I really love to discuss with the community. Even if it seems that I don't discuss with the community, I might start discussing with the community more. Next part. Lastly, an important part, animation. I mostly use CapCut, and sometimes I do use InShot for like my promos and all that, which do have animation. Oh yeah, I mostly use them for GIFs as well when I'm trying to make a community post. But animation is like the best thing when it comes to object shows. Besides having fun, of course, but I'm not the best at animating, so I just use pictures. But I still like to consider animation, because why would I just call it pasting pictures? Why would I just call it that? That just makes it sound bland. Using the word animation makes it sound more grand. And I also have an animating crew. Thanks for watching. Oh, guys, the stream might end at I think 7:45. I think I might end it. Bila, thank you. I'll say goodbye soon. Oh, it's the end of the world. Don't say yourself. No. Thank you. I'll say goodbye soon. Oh, it's the end of the world. Don't say yourself soon. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm thinking of an idea for what we should do next. Guys. Should we watch... Should we watch Bfdir A24 say hijack? That is 41 minutes, and that does take up, until, 6 o'clock. Could give us a little something to do. I say we do it. Let's watch Bfdir A24. I feel I'm getting...
Slow down with vanilla milk.
Alright. So we're really doing this. Let's do it.
Chocolate almond. That's does.
Oh, I'm kind of you.
Let's do it. Let's put it into Snap Scooper. I use Snap Scooper to download YouTube videos. It's not even it's completely free. All I gotta do is just choose the quality, render it, and then you gotta wait for the render for a little bit. And then once it's done rendering, you download, and bada boom. I'm gonna try a different quality because this is not working well. Alright, so it's working for the 720p. Wonder why it couldn't work for freaking 1080. Wonder why it wouldn't work for 1080. Done. Say hi, Jack. Alright. Alright, let's do this.
Wow, isn't this just
beautiful.
If you want beauty, you should look at me instead.
It's so nice to have a reunion on episode 24, just like the original Final Four.
Yeah, it's so great to be back. I'm fiery.
You're ugly. This is boring. Hey, green girl, entertain me.
Ooh, well, I've been working on my revamped niceness chart. Ugh. This chart accurately measures likability in real time using state-of-the-art metrics measuring the nicest of all entities in this quadrant of the universe. The higher you are, the more likable you are, which means...
Why are you so high? Good thing I'm fiery and not nickel. Uh-oh.
Anyway, I know most people may not like me anymore, but don't let that deter you from my objective niceness. Oh, yeah, I wanted to ask, why does everyone hate you now? I heard it was something about Dream Island.
I always thought it was because of her hideous face, coupled with her foul breath that reeks of onion.
Oh, it's because she stole
the audience's hearts with my kind charisma. Gosh, our friends could get so jealous of my charm, huh?
So basically, after Fiery won Dream Island, Leafy apparently went ahead.
I think it's time for you to be excused from this picnic. Goodbye.
What the pollen are those? Tag! What? Bet you can't tag me, because I'm great at winning now.
Just let her have this one.
Oh yeah, our dead friends. Yay!
It's crazy how the HPRC can still function like that.
Can we just get to the cake at stake already?
Where are our hosts, anyway?
All right. Hey, hoes! Who wants to do the cake at stake? Ruby, wait. You guys don't want to host?
Nobody wants to host anymore! You guys killed my sisters last episode!
Well, what about you, GB? You guys are irresponsible and this game has lost all of its structure and form. No matter what I do, you all somehow manage... Okay, sir. Ice Cube?
No!
You? You?
No!
What about you, Flower? You smell. What about you?
What about you, FSB? You're literally built to be a host.
Oh, I kinda don't care anymore.
Of course you don't. You're a stupid, fiery failure.
Why do you care? You're already eliminated.
What?
Oh, you didn't know? You got 4th place. The flag challenge ended like half a year ago.
No! I wanted to win!
It is what it is, Coiny. Sometimes you... Try that again and I'll destroy you.
What about the show?
I guess with no host, BFDIA is cancelled. Hooray! What? We're gonna cancel the season right at the end?
I guess that is part of the course in BFDI endgames.
We worked so hard to get here! You can't just end it now!
Should have been nicer to your hosts.
So that's it? The game's just over?
I guess it's not so bad. Now neither of us can be eliminated.
Wait. Why don't we just be the hosts? We can host the cake at stake ourselves.
Oh, yeah!
Aw, okay.
So, what are we supposed to do as hosts?
Well, obviously, we should consult the Floraligium Annals recording the strange.
The what?
You don't know about the Floraligium? It's what all the hosts use to track their duties and record the vote counts.
Recording the strange? Who are the strange?
Viewers.
Oh, of course. So why have I never heard of this?
Have you just not been paying attention? It's been in like every single episode.
Let's give it a read. So this is where TV recorded Donut's tragic elimination, where he got 573 votes from the strange.
Wowie! But what are those?
According to the Floraligium, a cake at stake cannot commence unless it has 3 main components. 1, a reasonable cake, 2, the votes, and 3, the official ceremony where it can be announced.
How do you know this?
Who doesn't know about Floraligiology, geography?
Whatever. There's so much history in this thing. But this episode's records are empty?
Duh. Our host just quit.
So who's gonna count the votes now?
I will. With 100 trillion dislikes, Needle is eliminated!
Hey! With 100 trillion and 1 dislikes, Tennis Ball is eliminated!
Hey, you guys can't fudge the votes! Erase!
With
700 votes, Needle is...
Erase!
Needle is eliminated!
What's happening?
votes must be 100% accurate. No fudging allowed.
So how do we get the votes?
One of us will have to ask every strange in the universe who they voted for.
Not it.
Not it.
Dang it. Well, there are still other duties to attend to. How about Needle can bake the cake?
Yum!
And TV can assemble the ceremony and announce the votes.
Oh, okay.
All right, we got this. Fist bump team. All right, let's get to vote counting. Hello, Strange. I'm here collecting votes.
I like Needle and dislike tennis ball.
Okay, like Needle, dislike TV. Okay, who did you vote for?
I gave a dislike to you.
Oh, well, I wasn't one of the options.
Wow, how rude. Sorry about him.
That's okay. Who do you want to vote for?
I'll give a like to you.
Wait, that's also not an option.
You idiots. The options were tennis ball and Needle.
So what are your votes?
I'm gonna give them both a like.
This is taking too long. No wonder we have to wait months between each contest. Oh, I know. Hey, viewers, do you want to make a difference to BFDIA? Well, you guys can tell me yourself. Call the number on your screen to cast your vote. Or better yet, come on down to my ballot booth. Oh.
Careful. Remember, just a pinch.
Yo, Needle-O, are you caking? Ooh, let's help. Dump, dump, dump.
Only a beast from the east would use yeast for their feast.
Pin! I know what I'm doing, but you clearly don't because you got eliminated.
You obviously need our help. As the main character, I'm going to help you achieve victory.
I'm trying to win BFDIA all on my... Wait. Okay, you guys can help.
Yay! You won't need this anymore.
Yes! After all, if you win, then it's like the whole bunch wins.
Shush! Now get into this bag.
Why?
If I want to make the best cake ever, I'm gonna recruit all my friends to help.
Oh wait, you have other friends? Like, aside from us? Life is full of surprises.
All right, let's gather my friends. Nico's a buncher. Yellowface too. You guys as well. Fries, teamsies, and these guys. Sure, why not?
Oof, I'm done. Hi, DB. I took your words to heart, and I've decided to host BFDA to prevent cancellation. Aren't I being so heroic right now?
Get in the bag.
What am I doing wrong?
Come on, Flower. Everyone hates you. Everyone hates me. Let's hang out.
Wrong. I don't hate myself, so not everyone hates me. But it sure is a shame that you hate yourself.
Hi, Flower. You're a not nice villain that no one likes. How do I be less like you?
You're already the least flower-like person ever, which means you're ugly and stinky.
Did I hear you're looking for assistance on niceness?
Oh, Leafy, I wasn't meaning to talk to you.
Oh, you are now. My super advanced niceness leaderboard updates every 5 seconds with state-of-the-art metrics measuring the niceness of all entities in this quadrant of the universe.
That looks dumb.
Oh, well, look now, it seems like your status is changing. Whoa, villain.
Whatever. I know I'm not a villain. I'm just doing whatever it takes to win Dream Island. Not like you would know anything about that.
You sure about that?
Huh?
You and I are the same, tennis ball. We're misunderstood. We were the nice ones, but now everyone hates us. All because we wanted Dream Island. Isn't that so tragic? Isn't that horrifying? How did we, of all people, become the villains? But I realized, I'm not the villain. With my help and this chart, you can truly become heroic too. You and I understand each other as original squashy grapes, as power of 3 teammates, as the villains, and maybe even as the 2 runner-ups of BFDI.
Be quiet. Fine, we can hang out. Just no more of that.
Hooray!
So are y'all done casting your votes?
Yeah!
Awesome. Let's get to counting then. Let's see. Oh my word, how are we ever gonna count?
That's 2,763,000 votes.
I see. Well, let's get reading. This one says, wait, why does every vote say, bring me horrifying sludge?
Because that's what your booth asked.
Oh, I don't remember writing that, but I guess I'll do it. Wait, so all 2 million of you unanimously want me to bring horrifying sludge?
Yeah!
Okay.
So, are you gonna get that for us?
But the HPRC is 2,763 inches away, and... All right, fine.
Hi, Free Smarters!
busy doing surgery on a van. This better be important.
I need to bake a cake, but I need help.
I love cake!
And I love helping!
No, you don't, you big liar!
But hold it. What is that?
Oh, this is my bag of friends.
Other people?
Needle doesn't have any other friends besides us, right? So it must be empty.
Oh, that's true. Okay, Needle, get in the van. I'll take you to the perfect baking spot.
Are you sure? We're not done performing the surgery.
Surgeries are always best stopped halfway through.
Cake! 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 Welcome to the Free Smart Super Kitchen!
Wow! Wow!
Our high-end establishment offers all you need to cook and bake. And best of all, it's Free Smart exclusive.
Oh, exclusive? Everyone back in the bag.
Oof. Okay, so I'm meant to be hosting this Kick at Stake ceremony. You know, making the arena and announcing the votes, that kind of stuff.
Ooh, that is such a great opportunity for niceness thing.
I don't think that's true.
No. Just think about it. If you end up hosting the greatest, grandest Cake at Stake ever, and I mean a Cake at Stake that fills everyone with excitement and cheer, then you'll totally be respected and popular again.
I guess you might be onto something. Okay, here's my Kick at Stake place.
Tisk. Listen, TV, I'm gonna level with you. This place may be the epitome of pure evil.
What?
I can't think of a more horrendous place to spend my time. Shabby seats, low-effort designs, and what's this? This fiber of wood could give someone an absolutely excruciating splinter. I'm giving this arena a D-. In order to host the most grand Kick at Stake, you need to have the most grand arena. I've all the supplies to give you a Kick at Stake full of glamour and pristine and beauty and pizzazz and brilliance and dazzle and excitement and valor and glory and grandeur and soul and vibes and respect and cuteness and ugliness and smiles and frowns and mountains of fun. Hello, Bug.
Hi, Bubble. Hi, Ugly. Hi, Flower.
You know, out of the 3 finalists, I hope you win.
Really? Thanks. Why me?
Because, well, Tennis Ball is just too smart, and Needle is way too strong. That makes you the underdog, because you're not good at anything.
Oh.
But you know, even if you get 3rd place, that ain't so bad. 3rd placers are the most beautiful.
But I've got immunity into the final 2. I can't get 3rd.
Then I guess you're not.
Oop, there she is. Can you help me carry this to the strange?
You're okay.
You guys wanted it?
You got it.
Yeah! What did you guys even want the sludge for, anyway?
Sludge fight!
This can't go well.
Don't worry, Bug. I think it's okay to have a little fun, as long as it doesn't pop me. Which it didn't.
So, how is everyone?
Why aren't they here? Where am I?
There's too many people. Yo, can someone get this lava off of me?
This place smells like BO, which stands for Books Open Mouth That Reeks of Garlic.
Let's not argue, guys.
Don't diss my teamie!
Coiny, bazooka her!
What?
I'll kill her myself!
God.
Don't care.
Calm down, everyone.
For trying to assassinate my beloved ally, Pin shall receive the manglement penalty. Mangle machine, begin mangling.
Everybody stop! Listen, I realize now that no one here is Needle's closest friend.
Yeah? And?
Oh, that's it. I just realized that fact.
Oh.
Wait, guys. Needle might not be anyone's best friend, but she's also not anyone's worst enemy. And she was everyone's teammate at some point in the game, except Donut. And she's contributed to at least one victory for everyone here. We may all have our quarrels with one another, but surely we can unite this one time for Needle, our friend and teammate. So let's help her win this contest and bake that cake.
Yeah! Oh, this isn't a contest. I just needed a cake.
Oh. Then why are we helping you? You! Looks like it's about done.
Why are you saying that like you helped at all? All you've been doing is driving the thing in circles.
It's a pictogram showing your beautiful circular figure.
Anyway, I'm done with this Kick at Stake place.
Wow, I'd have to say.
That place is looking so good!
Thanks for the input, Bracelety, but I was talking. You lose points. Anyway, this is looking quite nice.
Maybe you were right. I do feel accomplished after putting in hard work and effort. And I must say, this might be my most impressive invention yet. I mean, has there ever been a moving cake at steak place before?
There was that one in the car.
Okay, well, what about one that can fly?
Ooh, I want to try. Look at it go.
You killed Woody.
Okay, I will admit that was very reckless of me, and I will dock some nice points for myself. But I'm gonna preemptively put myself back up as we are now going on a quest to recover him. How nice, right?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, everyone, to bake a proper cake, we must. Sus, bossy blob, dibble despot. Why don't we let Needle take the lead? Fine. All right, Needle, how should we bake this cake?
Goofball, how should we bake this cake?
To bake a proper cake, we must first decide on the flavor. There are dozens of different cakes we could bake, so let's make sure we find one that is extravagant.
Black Forest, does it?
We will be baking a Black Forest cake. For this recipe, we require chocolate and cherries. Fiery Coiny Ice Cube Nickel, U4 will collect chocolate. Ruby Yellowfish Gelatin Rocky, U4 will collect cherries. You're sticking me with my enemy, my opposite, and Nickel.
Now wait a second! What is chocolate?
Chocolate is brown and yummy.
Oh, okay.
And what is a sherry?
Stupid gel-head. Cherries are red and delicious.
Got it, Major Morning Breath.
What? Okay, everyone, disperse! The remaining 6 of us must all focus on the baking of the cake. Fries and Bommy, you two will be tasked with creating the frosting.
Get digging, Bommy. The ingredients. Oh!
Pencil, needle,
yay,
and pin. You guys will work on the base of the cake.
Sounds good.
Oh, and let me guess, you're managing the team or whatever. Oh, pshaw. I'm doing the most crucial step, preheating the oven. If the oven is not precisely at the correct temperature, then the entire cake will fall flat. Enough tossing! Did you vote for needle or tennis ball? I gave you what you wanted, didn't I?
We will not stop flinging horrid sludge. We love sludge as much as fudge.
Are you guys taking some notes? I need to tally up the votes.
We won't obey a tyrant book. Want to see evil? Give her a look.
Stop, stop, stop.
We will not.
Stop, stop, stop.
Bossy bot.
Will anybody care?
Not this lot.
Will anybody help? Hello?
Follow the twin blue stars.
What does that mean?
Follow the twin blue stars. 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 Follow the twin blue stars.
We're here. Time to recover my bestest BFF friend in the whole wide world. Type his name, TP.
There's no keyboard.
Oh, my tree. Well, I'll go find it.
I've always wondered how these things operate. Maybe I'll take a peek-sees.
Oof! Found the keyboard. Hey, where'd TP go? He ditched me, didn't he?
Help! I'm trapped! Get me out of this thing!
Get me out! Get me out!
Quiet, HPRC. Now is not the time to malfunction.
Ooh, the inner workings of the HPRC. Oh boy, I can't wait to see how this machine rebuilds our bodies whenever we die. Gulpo always told me the meaning of life could be discovered in this—
Be quiet.
Follow the twin blue stars.
I'll need you guys. I'll definitely need you. And I'll need you. Okay, Florilegium. I need to follow some blue star thing. Where's that? To the left? Not left. Got it. Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. 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 Left. Right. Left. What is this place? Flori Legend, do you really need me to cross that gorge? Fine. Season 1 historic relic. Maybe I'll need advice from someone who completed this challenge.
Get mixing, Bommy! The ingredients are definitely in this bowl.
Okay, just gonna turn to the right.
Wrong! You gotta turn the frosting to the left!
No, right!
Left,
Right,
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 left.
Okay, pencil and pincel.
Don't call me that.
The base of the cake is a sponge cake.
Did you say spongy cake? Spongy, 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 spongy. Haha! I can't wait to eat tons of sponge. Yeah.
Okay, first I need some eggs. Thanks.
Oh, you want an egg fight? I'll give you an egg fight. Except I don't have any eggs, so take this.
Now I need flour.
Yeah.
I need butter and sugar and milk and cocoa powder and vanilla and cake mix and cake.
Whoa, there's people in this thing? What are you doing here?
We are the operators of the Hand-Powered Recovery Center.
We? Ah! Scary!
Don't worry, they're friendly.
You're lying!
Well, Tennis Ball may have ditched me because he's such a forgetful friend, but I'm sure he means well. I can help him out by recovering Woody myself.
Somebody save me!
Trying to type his name. TV, be quiet for a sec. Gotta do my duty.
That's a useless duty.
Shush! The operators are about to initiate the recovery. Woody, you're back to life.
So that's how the HPRC works? I thought it involved something more technologically advanced than this.
Hey, GB! These are red and delicious. Are these cherries?
Wait, no, those are apples.
Darn!
These are red and delicious. Are these cherries?
No.
Darn!
No, Rocky, that may be red and delicious, but that is just a ball.
This is red and delicious. Is this a cherry?
No, that is... Ah!
This is brown and yummy. Is this chocolate?
You three, put that junk here.
Why?
Because I'm at war.
Okay.
Coiny, put that sod right in this pod.
Huh?
Put the dirt in the slingshot and help me fire it at pencil.
Hold it! I thought we agreed to keep the peace, for Nadel's sake.
Put the thing in the thing right now!
Okay.
Hey, wait, weren't there 4 of you getting chocolate? Where'd the other 3 go?
Oh,
Ah! Too fast!
they're playing.
Whatever. Fire!
Fire!
I think that's everything. Time to mix. Someone get me a spoon.
Got one.
Yay! Mix, 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 mix.
Yes, I saved Fiery. Oh, excuse. Actually, I was trying to save Fiery. I need advice from Season 1's winner.
I see. Understood.
Okay, let's try again. Yes, I saved Fiery.
Thank you.
Wrong person again.
But I am fiery. Just look at my... Oh!
One more try. Yes, I saved Fiery.
No, you got me again.
You know what? You're a Season 1 veteran. You'll do.
What do you need?
The fate of BFDIA rests in my hands right now, and I need your help.
Well, I'm kind of useless. And so are you at driving. What do we do?
Both of us jump at the count of 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Phew. Okay, Ice Cube. I brought you here because you're a Season 1 veteran. Do you remember how to cross this obstacle course?
Of course! I remember crossing this like it was yesterday.
Wait, guys, book's gone. Back to the sludge fight.
cave. Nah, I just needed a break from the non-free smarters.
You're not gonna help Needle?
I'm not sure. See, I really like Needle the free smarter, but it turns out she's also friends with all those bozos.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong is those guys aren't my girls. You guys are my girls. Needle's letting too many people into the friend group.
It's horrifying!
It really is, Ruby. Maybe TV's book of BFDI tips and tricks was right. Our alliance.
It's grown too massive!
You nailed it on the head. Wow, Ruby, are you reading my mind or something? Because you're saying exactly. Wow!
It's gonna grow and destroy the Earth!
Silly free dummies. Yeast does grow fast, but on its own it can't destroy the Earth. And what would you know, blabber bum boo boo butt? You are eliminated 8th. And 12th. Yeast can only destroy the Earth if the molecular structure is disturbed by otherworldly forces, such as horrifying sludge. Oh no.
I finally earned enough to buy this house. Oh.
I finally forged enough money to buy this house! Aww.
I stole this house. Yep, I did that. I love how this show rewards criminal activity. Aww.
All right, just gotta wait for it to bake. What? Oh, my steal! Was that my cake? Hey, my cake stole my cake! And all my friends, too.
We did it! See, that wasn't so bad.
No, that was that bad.
Now, what did we need to get here for exactly? Everything here has rusted away.
Oh, right. I'm on a mission to find the BFDIA vote counts. In order to do so, I need to find some mysterious twin blue stars. This book tells me how to get there.
That book talks to you? Books don't talk.
No, look. It sparkles when I'm going the right way.
Okay, fine. So, where's your book friend telling you to go?
It's saying to go up that wall. Oh dear, it's dauntingly tall.
No worries, Book. You just need to do the technique.
We're really going to execute the technique.
It's the only way up.
You're right. Executing the technique. Yeah, I can't get out.
Oh no, guys, we're gonna be crushed! This yeast will be the last thing we ever see!
And taste! Ruby, deadly yeast planets are not for eating.
OMG, like a big gross ball is coming to like destroy the LOL. We'll be free!
Yeah!
Darn.
So, you guys just recover people all day?
No, just every time BFDIA contests happen.
I see.
This place is so uninteresting.
What was that?
Oh, my medal!
Whack! The HPRC is burning up! We gotta get out of here!
We cannot leave. This is our duty. There is no escape from this prison until...
Okay, look, I found the exit. Wahoo! You know, I never bothered to look at the back of this thing. Anyway...
Holy fuzz, that's a big flaming cake!
That must be Needle's cake.
Seriously? What do we do?
It's gonna melt the HPRC.
Wow, that sounds great.
What is even going on?
Help me! Everyone's trapped in the dough!
Help!
Don't care.
Oh geez, Golfy could be in trouble! Not Golfy, not Golfy, not Golfy, not Golfy!
I'm a free smarter, save me!
Yeah!
I'm a no-namer, save me!
Yeah!
I am Pointy, save me!
Yeah!
Aw, man!
No need to save me. This is delish. Oh, man.
We're at the top. So now that we're above the clouds, I wonder if I can see. Oh my word! Those must be the twin blue stars the phone was telling me about. Oh. Guys.
You okay?
Those are weird stars. Follow the twin blue stars. Follow the twin blue stars. How do I follow something in the sky? I mean, it's so high up there.
There's only one way to make this thing rise. Book, I have a plan.
That's wonderful. I was just...
When you save BFDIA, just remember I was part of it, okay?
Don't you mean when we save BFDIA? As in us together?
Nope.
Wait, Ice Cube! Hold on! What are you doing? Ice Cube! Oh! Huh? I'm close. I'll make it. This cake has 42 seconds until it destroys the HPRC for good.
If the HPRC gets destroyed, then when we die, we'll die forever.
If only there were a vessel to launch that thing deep into space.
TB, you made that giant flying arena, right?
Huh? But if I launch it away, then my proudest invention will be gone from this earth.
There are more important matters.
You're right.
Wait, I see one more person in the cake! Abort the mission!
There's no time to abort. Takeoff is inevitable. No, Needle, stop! That's too dangerous to...
Yeah! No, not yay. Our final 3 is gone.
Yay!
This stupid season is never gonna end, is it? What's that? Oh, hey guys.
Hi, Book.
How's your cake at stake arena?
You're looking at it.
Nice.
How's the vote count going?
Almost got him. And the cake making?
I'm working on it.
Awesome. We're such good hosts. Anyway. She's gonna chase us forever.
That's it. I'm done running. Evil Leafy, stop terrorizing my friends! Now!
Wait, my cake is still in the oven!
Hold on, Needle. That's not important. The twin stars. Whoa! Okay, I got this. Is that the end of the universe? Phew. Is that? No, it can't be.
I need that cake! Leave us alone!
They told me you'd be arriving soon. Oh my word! I have so many questions. Who are you?
All I can say is I'm not really from your universe. You know, with me being a strange.
What do you do?
I go to Winberg Elementary School.
I mean more like, how are you involved with our cake at stake? Like, what does this book sparkle with?
My old diary!
And the stars?
The stars?
They were in the night sky and flickered sometimes.
Oh, this?
Okay, but what about the votes? That's why I came here.
I like TB, just like Needle.
No, I mean like I need all of the votes.
Yes, the votes. They come from the strange like me. I love counting votes. And then the hosts come here asking for the results. Make sense?
As much sense as anything else this season.
So, if you're curious about the votes, they are... Well, I can't really say it while they're looking. You have something to write this down with?
Huh? Oh yeah. I see. Oh wow, I didn't expect that. Okay, got it. Thanks.
I'm glad you have more info now.
I gotta head back for the cake and steak ceremony, but maybe I could see you again sometime.
No, it's not healthy to mix universes too often.
Really? I guess that makes sense. I guess this is goodbye.
So long.
So long.
Wait, fries? What are you? Time to walk back, I guess.
Yeah! Me too!
Me 3!
Cake's ready!
And I got the 100% accurate votes.
And I got the most grand, well, it's not grand, but it's a Cake at Steak Arena.
Awesome! So let's do cake at steak!
But first, I need to recover Ice Cube.
I don't want to do this anymore.
What the fiber?
Cake and steak.
Welcome to BFDIA's final elimination. The cake this time is a black forest cake.
Liar! That's an evil forest cake.
Book, last episode, you stepped foot on Dream Island, so you won immunity into the final 2.
Yay! Thank you, hosts.
But Needle.
Yes?
And Tennis Ball.
Yes? You failed to step foot on the island, so you are up for the final elimination. Yikes!
Stop doing that! One person talk. That was TB's task. So, TB, announce the votes.
Oh, right! Who will join Book in the final 2? Time for the grand reveal. Needle, you got 36,198 dislikes.
Hooray! New personal reco! Wait, aw.
And I, Tennis Ball... Play my immunity token. I'm safe. Yay!
Tennis Ball, you know that's not how it works.
Okay. Here we go. It is time for the BFDIA public to know the truth. We have witnessed many heart-wrenching eliminations. From Donut, to Dora, to Teardrop, to Match, to Puffball, to Rocky, to Fiery, to Yellowface, to Gelatin, to Spongy, to Ice Cube, to Golfy, to Ruby, to Bommy, to Pencil, to Nickel, to Fries, to Pin, and to Coiny. But now I must announce that I, Tennis Ball, have received 41,204 dislikes, 14% more than Needle. I have been eliminated. As the 20th and final person voted out, I have been rightfully terminated from BFDIA in 3rd place, bringing my journey in this season to a triumphant close. I understand the decision of the Strange and am at peace with this outcome. My best wishes go out to my compatriots Needle and Book, who will carry on my legacy as they charge headfirst into the ever grander finale. I hope you guys have a fun finale. Good luck! Hey guys, I got eliminated.
Yeah! Good job. Now I can deactivate the incinerator.
Yeah, you got a bronze medal, which is basically the same color as me.
2 players remain, Book and Needle. After 24 episodes and over 3 years of competing, one of them will finally claim Dream Island. As fierce competitors, they're both anxiously awaiting the final judgment from the voters. Who is more deserving of Dream Island? That is up to you voters to decide.
Needle, you survived the final elimination, which means you get this cake.
Yum!
And you won the prize.
Yum!
And you joined me in the final 2.
Yum!
So we did it. We completed the cake and steak. BFDIA continues.
And now, viewers,
vote for either Book or Needle to win BFDIA. Click the link in the description to rate our voting videos.
And this time, both likes and dislikes will count for the winner. You heard that?
Whichever contestant has the most total ratings on their voting video will win the season. That means dislikes also give a vote to the winner.
Yay, positivity!
So vote for me.
Or maybe vote me.
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 Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me. Vote me.
What's up, weirdo?
No limbs again. Hey! No limbs again? Is this just how I'm destined to be?
I think I might have a solution to your everlasting predicament.
Gimme!
Wow, GB, how kind of you to help. Yeah, if kind means covered in nasty dimples.
Wait a second. Is that Leafy?
Still? You guys still hate me? Why does everyone hate you, Niall?
I always thought it was because of her hideous face coupled with her foul breath.
Oh, it's because she stole Dream Island. Did you two not know?
Leafy, he's not serious, is he? Tennis ball is not a finalist. You can't trust a word from this loser. But Leafy, is it true? Did you steal Dream Island? Yeah. Well, are you gonna give it back to Fiery? No. You, hey, stop! I just...
We're almost done here. We're almost done. Well, I do want to end things off, but not right now. Don't do it. I feel like they do it. Do wop do 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 wop do 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 wop 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 up up up. We're making the grueling decision, and yes, this is not something that we do not want. It's something we do not want to do, but we must. Here we go. We here have made a ton of decisions.
Update regarding the inanimate battle videos, because many of you have noticed they're now no longer on the Animation Network channel and they're gone. These are videos from 10 years ago. Probably many of you don't even know what they are. But basically, yes, the first inanimate battle violated YouTube's terms of service. I think it has to do with, we were kids. We had a knife and we were cutting up a baseball or whatever. They're like, ooh, it's kids, that's violent, whatever. Flagged it. So they removed that video and they gave the account a formal warning. So it's not a strike, but it's it could become a strike if you do it again. So we see, 3 other videos that are exactly the same and go, okay, it's probably not good to have that up because they can also flag videos that are private. So if you private the video, they are not immune from being struck down by YouTube. So I went ahead and removed all 4 videos. Now I downloaded all of them before I removed them, and the plan is hopefully to upload them to a separate channel, and have them be available. Now granted, YouTube could remove them again, but yeah, that's kind of the plan. A lot of you have also asked about the old website, the old inanimatesanity.com. If you go to inanimatesanity.com right now, it leads to our new shop. So people have asked, what happened to the old website? Will ever come back? And the answer is yes. I bought a new domain. I'm going to hook it up to that, and hopefully the new inanimate battle videos can be on that domain. So hopefully that answers 2 questions that everyone's asked about.
What did I just hear? What did I just listen to? I'm gonna get flagged. I'm gonna get flagged. Well, what to do, what to do, what to do. We're the best when we connect. Just the best. Alright guys, mic is going off. This live will be coming to a close in 7 minutes. To end things off, I will play something requested. I'll be playing the first episode of my friend Ben's Pets collab series with me and that one's Slovak. Called Life of OCs. I need to download the episode to my computer. It's a simple minutes, and this will be closing the live stream. So, just gotta wait for it to render. Enjoy Life of OCs. It's true, I do hate rats. It's true, I do hate rats. I hate rats a lot, actually. Like, I'm telling you right now, I do not like rats. Now, let me play this jazz song. Now I gotta go slow. Oh, some notes on the recording. Okay, whatever. Alright. I guess I can just end things off now. Nobody's really active.
Why buy an expensive matcha cake when you only need 4 ingredients and a few minutes to make it yourself? Why?
Okay, guys. I'm ending things off. If I get a copyright thing, I can just take down the songs immediately. I can remove them from the stream immediately, which I feel like I am going to get some copyright stuff. So, yeah, I'm going to probably make this stream unviewable to the naked eye, even though I can still get flagged. Alright. Thank you for joining this stream. Thank you for making ideas with me. Thank you for watching all that stuff with me. And